hopefully this is live. I'm gonna have some sugar to make myself happy again. Can I? 1 minute. Okay, I'm back, having lost probably the only viewers I'll have all night. Those of you who are either live at the beginning of the stream on Twitch, or, hey, Casual Nothing, you just got done watching the 12-minute VOD, yeah. That's embarrassing. Actually, my socks are a little wet now, but they're wet from the cleanup, not from the coffee. So, for the benefit of the people who will probably never see the VOD, and I hope they don't, I was getting ready, I was doing my usual long introduction, and you could not have targeted my coffee any more perfectly. I'm not so sure about the losses, Mojo Storm. So for the benefit of people wondering, because this is inevitably going to come up during the chat. So you could not have asked for a more perfect targeting for where I spilled my coffee. It was on my mouse, like my mouse pad. I'm actually using a book instead of my mouse pad now. There's like a few books that I have. It completely drenched a like drawing tablet. And yeah, it just a complete, you know, just you like, some of you will probably have experienced this. You know how sometimes you can make a mess and the first thing that goes through your head is, can I just move? And that idea like doesn't immediately go away as ridiculous. It was that kind of a mess. Actually, sorry, I just need to turn off a light because I know I've gotten everything and one should not play Cultist Simulator in too much light. Sorry. I will neither confirm nor deny what book is the mouse pad. But yeah, so it was pretty clear early on that this was not something I'd be able to clean up on cast. My desk looks remarkably clean now. But yeah, I'm obviously, not only was I starting late, but I'm starting much later than I'd intended. There's a bunch of my stuff. I just took a bunch of the stuff and put it in the bathtub, because like that doesn't need to, like, if it's paper, there's only so much you can do about it, right? The electronics I basically unplugged immediately, you know, wiped them off. I'm sure if I let them dry, they'll be fine. But yeah, that's not an ideal start. Worst of all, I really didn't get to have that much of the coffee. But as is now canon for the game, I have, you know, I've doused myself in my prized possessions and coffee for the vitulation, and we will carry on. So, like I said, there's a little bit of housekeeping. I won't spend as long as I did on it before. I didn't do Daggerfall yesterday because I ran out of time on the weekend. I did say on Monday I was going to do it, and then I went to start recording it, and it was just obvious it was not going to happen. I was not going to be in any shape for work the next day if I did it, so I made the executive decision. I'm sorry for doing that. There will definitely be one next week, and I will try to be more on the ball on recording those on maybe like a Saturday. Will probably be the best day that I can manage for that. There will be a stream on Friday. There normally is. I'm not sure whether or not I'll be able to do it at sort of the usual start time, because I haven't been able to get Monday and Wednesday on the normal start time this week. But as always, Twitter and Twitch will let you know when these things are going. Finally, let's give some credits. Design, writing, and coding from Alexis Kennedy. at Alexis Kennedy, Production Marketing Biz, Lottie Bevan, at Tron Bevan, UI Design and Coding, Martin Narukar, at Martin Narukar, and I will mention again, nowhere profit, though the sales pitch will be lost to the coffee stream. Art, Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, Sarah Gordon. Music by Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Mar Productions Limited, and is available on Steam as a soundtrack as well as wherever you buy your music. Audio by Soundcuts, additional writing by Lottie Bevan, additional coding, Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, and Mark Gagnier, Lyra Zeider. I want to give a very special thank you to Lyra Zeider for setting me up with a special, some code to help me do a special project, which is now the most depressing version of Cultist Simulator, but I'm going to have to leave that for another time because I spent too much time talking about that before. Additional design by Colleen Porter. Special thanks Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. And I bet the crowd that watches VODs only probably loves me spilling coffee because I'm actually getting onto the game right away. So I'll be a little bit frazzled. Let's do a quick recap of the board and we'll see where it's all going. Okay. Where were we? So the host is assembled. We've got 91 seconds on that, but I don't believe I'll have any notoriety to attract them anymore, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. I also have Forlorn Blood. Yes, and Connie Lee is stealing the Eye of Ikirmawi. So this was a particularly troubling little run. But there's not a lot that I can really do about it right now. Oh yes, and I was going with a weaker expedition. Okay. So I need to cure my affliction. I need to somehow get the blood back. And I roughly remember what I need. There's one more what's-it that I need for the for the 7 graces. And I remember what it is. It was on my notes that got doused in coffee, but we'll figure it out. Okay, I think I'm going to get by with this. I do have the option of feeding some disciples to Marinette, but we're actually getting a little short on followers. So what I'll do, I think we'll finish this expedition. We'll maybe see if we can get another body in, and we'll run with it. A road effort. Oh, nope, we've got more notoriety that we can use with the painting. In fact, if I really need to get some more notoriety, I can paint some of the forbidden items, which I think I'm going to do. It's a little weird to paint on, or to not paint. It's a little weird to use the mouse pad like this. Right, I was waiting for influences through the stag door before I could summon stuff. I really set myself up for disappointment there. In the meantime, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to paint again, but in this case I'm going to paint with in 90 seconds, I'll be okay with the notoriety. In this case I'm going to paint one of the influences. And that's, oh, interesting, that's a mood piece. That's not a... Point something mothy. No, we won't. We'll paint something edgy. You know what? A trembling heat. Actually, I'm going to try the Ascent of Knives. Alright, well, that's not bad, but I'm definitely going to need to make sure that I use this thing, otherwise it's going to decay to it's going to decay to something nasty. So I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, that harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Menascate and the sun and rags since the intercalate, when the true sun was divided. When I woke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. So we did that so that we could get the influence. Of course, my drawback here is that I did just start painting, so the bitter atmosphere will be pretty close to done by the time that I use it. But of course, that'll just decay. It won't necessarily turn into something something that damages me right away. I've also got Relentless Light. A candle when burned brings light. When my thoughts ignite, what then? I wonder what spawned that. And in 11 seconds, we should see whether or not my snare is able to work out. So are we going to finish this run today? Well, I originally thought we were going to, but then circumstances quickly went beyond my control. So it is possible. I'm one short. I'm still going to commit the disciple. It's possible I may not be able to get through it just because I've, I sort of blew it as far as getting the coffee everywhere. But I will do my best. The other thing too, Tall Man Alive, is I could be wrong in thinking that we're close to the end, but so far as I can tell, I am one item away from being able to do this with the 7 graces, and then I have a feeling if I keep, feeding Marionette, something will happen. I could be wrong in that, by the way. Okay, Perils of Renown. My mystique has attracted a hunter's attention. They can prove nothing yet, but they'll keep looking longer for now. So Hobson will definitely find some notoriety. I'll be able to use some on the host assembled, but I think we're condemned to at least one triggering. All right, Colors of the Night. I'm not ready to paint a painting yet, so. An opportunity to use a snare. If I've prepared a snare, I can try to set an ambush for my rival to defeat their expedition and even injure them. So it's unlikely that I'm going to be able to succeed with that. It says adequate snare. Rivals are cautious. They don't prowl the streets like hunters. To defeat one, we must prepare a trap and await our opportunity. Edge, Forge, Moth, and Winter are useful for creating snares. Once created, a snare can be used when an independent makes an attempt on a vault. Okay, I am getting my blood, so that's one reason to be cheerful. The twin serpent Tatra, great hooded princes, are described as having escaped from the history of their death to a history where they yet live. The text claims that there are now 108 of them, but in one of many instances of twinnedness, before they crossed from their death chronicle, there were only 54. So we've got the Menascate Invocation, and we've got Rite of the Mother's Mercy, which we did already have. The assistant is offered in sacrifice to the Mother of Ants, but the Mother knows healing as well as poison, and she will be merciful, accepting the substitute of a lesser offering. Usually the experience is not reassuring for the assistant. Okay. Fascination. Candle and bird brings light. When my thoughts ignite, what then? So I can use a fleeting reminiscence on that, but my dream is going to be rather occupied with healing and blood matters. Okay, in the mountains as upon the plain, there may not be a path which none has passed. Nangala of Lagash describes the secrets to be found in mountains. Nangala tells a number of lively stories about riddling ogres and wars between mountain tribes, but turns somber in the tale of the empty-handed hunter, a lover of the Grail who had sought to match her appetites and join her as an hour, but in the end rent and devoured herself, giving his name to the mountains he once roamed. We know we're Gonna use that blood right away. Yeah, so it's still just a level 2, but we'll throw it in. This will be sort of my next exploration if it comes down to that, but... And Frostguard and Shivering, we've made it through the mountains. Okay, good news there. Coming up next, the Fretful Dead. Not all dead rest easy. These ones dislike our intrusion. We can prevail against them with edge, or they may obey one who comes in winter. Now, this is the funny thing. We don't quite have enough winter to make this meaningful. But we also don't have a lot of edge available to us right now. So I suspect we probably won't have the forces that we need in time, but we'll see. This is going to be a pretty... I think this is definitely going to be a pretty wild run, just because I think I thought I would have more summons available to me before things really got... I think it's because I started panicking because of these rivals, but not much that can be done about it. Now, let's turn in what we can. What the doctor has requested. My name is known and my work has done well. Okay, so I'm assuming we should get a truckload of Mystique. Notoriety is kind of a given. Yeah, there's the extra that we sort of thought we were going to get. And then that's going to be money. So, let's do a summoning with... I think the Vagabond, or the Map's Edge will work here. So we need edge and knock. There we go. So yeah, in 60 seconds... Well, no, because we'll prepare for the next... So we may be able to pull it off. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So, more Mystique. Adim is ready to go. And the erudition, unfortunately, is just going to be wasted because I'm not really at a point where I can start... I mean, if I want to, I can start doubling up things. There's just better things that I can be doing with my study verb right now. So Madame Bichet will get her commission. Wait a minute. I thought I had 2 of the Lionsmith's names. Am I going crazy? I could have sworn I painted with, like, edge. I could have sworn I had a second one of these. I'll check the VOD later. Okay, I've healed up. Okay, Course of the Heart. So technically, I don't need to... What's coming up? Ooh, Season of Sickness. Well, you know what? I am going to get rid of the Fascination now anyway. I know I'm going to get some with the... with combining the Delightful Blood. But... I don't know, I just sort of think in this case, I want to minimize any potential damage from Fascination. Okay. More currency of the secret world, more glimmering, more Mystique. With any luck, the Mystique will keep Hobson occupied until I can do something a little more exciting. And we've got 24 seconds, which won't be long enough for the Maid in the Mirror, but... Our snare has succeeded. Okay, that was very lucky. My rival has fallen into our trap. They'll try to retreat to lick their wounds. Now that's 2... I think that's 2 wounds. I thought it was. Our rival is met with misfortune. They've been scarred by their defeat. They will be angry with me. 3 scars of the same type will kill any mortal. So this gives new priority to finishing these expeditions just because I may not get them back. I actually don't even remember which one Douglas ransacked. I think it might have been another one of these if I'm not mistaken, but I'll worry about that a little bit later. Okay, Janning's got his commission. I get my mystique. So there's not a lot I can do with the talk verb at the moment. Actually, that's not true. We can augment the host. Let's get rid of the freshest one, I think. Whoa! Oh, mystique, not notoriety. Well, I really blew it. Fair enough. So... realistically, I shouldn't expect adding edge will help anything. So with the this is probably not the smartest thing for me to do at the moment because I don't know whether or not anybody's going to die to the to whatever's on the other side there, but this will give me enough to get through the warded door. Although I'm also going to need to spend some money at some point. The money might actually make more sense to put in. I hate that I'm doing this. Nagalis claims that the hours who sometimes manifest as birds, the laughing thrush, the ivory dove, the beach crow, and the witch and sister meet at a secret location on a mountaintop to exchange gossip unheard by their peers. Now and then, a mortal overhears them. The mortal is always obliterated, and the meeting place is always changed. So we have another unresolved ambiguity, and we've got the Centipede Testament. So if it comes down to it, I want another level of moth I can upgrade. Again, remembering I have my own little silly rule of wanting to have one of each type of lore. I can double up the Ecdysis Parable to the Moldy Warp Admonitions to Centipede Testament to, I can't remember the name of the higher level moth, but I'm not quite to that level yet. So let's carry on. We'll do the Sky, the Soul, the Grand Labor of Cal, an ascetic poet writing at the court of the Shadowless Kings. So Cal's verses are brief, obscure, and often dominated by images of violence. A star is a pinprick, but the sun is a wound. Okay, call upon the ivory dove who cannot be deceived. The dead watch as closely, expressionless as saint statues, but we are invested with the power of winter. Probably the dead will recognize that. So this vitality will be used to help with the sickness that emerges. Of course, I have some time before that happens, so I'm in reasonably good shape there. Okay, reasonably good luck. The thing that was a woman has no expression of her own. The movements of her eyes and mouth will always match mine, as if I were looking in a mirror. Her fingernails are as sharp as glass. Hello, Fraggist! You missed all the excitement a little bit earlier. I spilled a bunch of coffee all over myself and my possessions, so I'm late in starting, but I'm very happy to have some bodies in here nonetheless. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives. Each step is blood. The dead who rest before a new cracked mirror, who pass through the peacock gate, who master the sharp stair, those dead enter the service of the sun in rags. So we'll bring the maid in the mirror into service. This is essentially to get our winter up, although some extra edge won't hurt either. The dead circle the edge of our vision like frayed dreams. The very air around us is chill with winter's shadow. They must recognize this. I'll collect my goodies. Okay, work tile. Painting seems to make the most sense right now. I don't think I'm able to summon anything else. Well, I mean, that's not entirely true. I could try summoning something with these consumables, but I don't think I'm in a place where I want that to happen. So instead, I will use my notoriety and a little bit of mystique to... Yeah, you know what? Well, I'll use this anyway. And in this case, I will be inspired by... What do I want to be inspired by? I don't really want to generate any more notoriety at the moment. Let's say... Vitality. And if that gets used up, I'm going to be very cross with myself. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. You too missed all the excitement. I dumped a bunch of coffee all over myself, like a klutz. So I realize you like to claim that you're... I realize you like to claim that you're the one who always does stuff like that, like hitting yourself with a lamp and whatnot on your streams, but I was the one to almost certainly... Well, not almost certainly. I was the one to almost destroy valuable electronics and otherwise have to stop the stream. That was already late in starting, but I'm very happy to see you. I am alright, yes, I'm a little damp, but survivable. I just feel bad that we're starting late on what might be the last of the Grail Ascension streams. So the air is curdled now. I am home again in this lumpen flesh. Better, perhaps. I described it a little bit earlier. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but there are times when, like, you make a mess and you think, can I just move? And you don't immediately dismiss that idea as ridiculous. That's kind of what I went through. Anyways, let's dream about the forlorn blood. Let's add the delightful blood. It will generate some fascination for me, but I think I'll just have to live with that. Okay. By the way, thank you everybody for giving the support on Twitter. It's nice to know that there are some people coming into the stream. Or sharing the stream. The dream of the end. I am much recovered, more than I am. More than that, I am sumptuous. The sclera of my eyes, the veins in my wrists are aswim with gorgeous serums. When the vitulation comes, I will be the centerpiece for our delight to prove their appetite to enact the grail. Okay, I'll get my vitality back in a little while. I don't really know if I want to do anything else in Dream at the moment, though. It actually occurred to me one of the things that I can do with talk is repair the mirror, which I had been ignoring for a bit. I think I'll do that right now, actually. So this will be the practical disciple. This actually may not work. We'll see if they can. But the reason I wanted to get the practical disciple to do that is I may need Valsine for the expedition. So the dead draw back, their almost faces flat and watchful. They will not trouble us. So the game right now says that I need at least a bronze Spintrea to purchase the necessary material. I personally don't know what the specific Spintrea are. Like, I don't have a particular activity that I use them for. I either wait to be prompted, or I sort of let the I just use what I have available. I don't have a specific rule about which one to be used. Johnny Big Time! I baptized myself in coffee, and the problem is I didn't drink very much of it. By the way, guys, that emote that Sin just used is one that she made for another broadcaster by the name of Elegy. I think some of you have seen him. I did host him a couple of times. And he didn't say hi. But she does very lovely work with emotes, and I want to make sure that she gets credit for it. How the devil have you been, Johnny? I was very happy to read what you sent on Discord. It sounds like things are going very well for you. Oh, one other little bit of the housekeeping I wanted to do. I finally broke down and bought a monitor. Partly because the monitor that I'm streaming on right now takes about 5 minutes to warm up to run. So I sort of figured that would be I'm gonna wind up dead. I know it. So yeah, I kind of decided now is rather than wait for the monitor to properly die, I'll get a new one to begin with, and it's a 16:9 one, which means I'll finally be able to stream games in full screen while streaming. And I made sure I got a nice one. So 1440 horizontal lines of resolution, 144. Sorry, is it one? Yeah, it's 144 hertz refresh rate, G-Sync. I have a NVIDIA card, although I know FreeSync. Where everybody tells me as soon as they say, well, you know, NVIDIA cards can use FreeSync now. I know! But, and 27 inches. I think the current one that I'm using is like 21, so it'll be a nice, you know, it'll be a nice little improvement. And not like so that was my like dream monitor sort of like okay, obviously the dream monitor. I'll definitely get a Discord invite. Just give me a quick second here for the link. Like I sort of thought that would be very costly, and it wasn't a cheap monitor by any means, but it was like I was sort of like, which of these things on this ideal list can I knock off to get something in my price range? And there is actually a monitor that satisfied that, all within a costly but fair price range. So Johnny Big Time says, you're doing good. You're really excited because you're supposed to get your bed tomorrow. They sent you a message and said you had to wait until Saturday. You're gonna get a free pillow because they suck. So that's nice. That's really cool to hear, actually. I'm going to be waiting for those messages for my monitor now. So, okay. But yeah, that link should give you your Discord link. It's pretty idle there, but if you guys do want to spice it up, I will happily reply when I can. And if there's something in particular you'd like to have that would make the Discord more active, I am open to suggestions. So, it's always possible to be deader. Cal states, the watchman goes before, none but 7 may go after, yet surely we are born to the glory as the sparks fly upwards. So we've got the formulae concursit. Similar idea, we can turn the unmerciful mantra into the Fenian invocation, so on and so forth. Voice chats with fans before the streams and after. After the streams would be really tough for me because I tend to go over. Okay, that's something I'll consider. It's not 100% what I was thinking of, because the thing about it is that that'll turn it into an activity for everyone, like in that fixed period of time, whereas I'm trying to look to get like a stream of activity going in the Discord. But I do think that if there's something to inspire people to go into the Discord, that might work. There's a couple things that I think I can do with that. How you doing, Jamie Sam? Before is probably more likely, although as you'll notice through me being late for starting the stream. But yeah, that's not something like, that's definitely something that I need to sit and see how I can make it work. But I can see that working in some cases. Thank you for that, Tall Man Alive. The account of Kanishk at the Spider's Door. Coley, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account, perhaps posthumously. Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Locke Coley the vessel of his appetites, promising Locke that they would ascend together. At the Spider's Door, he betrayed his lover. Hello, Sean LeBlanc. How are you doing? I did actually want to take a quick minute. Sean decided a bad time to come in because I'm doing shout-outs. I'll start with the good old Johnny Big Time. Johnny Big Time is, as I always say, my favorite streamer on Twitch. He's been on a little bit of a hiatus because he's been building his new streaming room and such. How are we for funds? We're okay. I think I am going to toss Valsine in ahead of time, though, because we definitely don't have enough knock to blow this thing open. But I don't want to speak for him, but he is. It does sound like he's getting close to coming back on Twitch. I'm really looking forward to it. He's most recently been going through the Witcher series, but he does a little bit of everything. With any luck, we'll be able to do either some more Anthem together, or some Division 2, or I might even be inspired to go and play a Battle Royale game, and we can do Battlefield 5 Firestorm. It's his call. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. I'm going to say that any game that we play together, I will kick his ass at. And he needs to prove otherwise live on a broadcast. Tonight? Oh, hell no. I'd love to do that tonight, but it's I am almost certainly going to be later than I planned tonight anyway. You've got hours and be up. Yeah, I used to. I don't really have... I've sort of dropped off a bit, but... Anyways... please do check out Johnny. He is the source of some of my favorite clips on Twitch. Okay, you can let me know. You can also say, if you guys want to put suggestions for the Discord too, you can definitely put them in the Discord. What else? You know what? I'll get this out of the way. I feel bad doing this, but... Do I play so many Lovecraftian games? Other than Cultist Simulator, what else do I... Oh yeah, Darkest Dungeon 2. This is Sean's page. I'm not going to say a whole lot about Sean because I create a disincentive for him to show up if I like hold on a lot of it. Check out his stuff, he's really cool. And I will play one of his games on stream again, but not now. I don't think he'd forgive me if I did that now. Good point. Stellaris has quite a bit. Where were we? Okay. So I'm a little scatterbrained, guys. If I start late and I have an event like I did, I tend to get a bit. I tend to need to sort of catch up a little bit. So let's we'll get rid of our affliction, double that up with vitality. So depending on what happens after the Season of Despair, I can try and spike the fascination. So the worst that can happen is the fascination comes immediately after despair, because then I'm immediately 2 up. The better of the outcomes would be that I have enough of a break to maybe be able to generate some, some despair by talking about dark things with Hobson. But we'll see. I really don't know. Hello, Le Chauffleur. How's the Great Feast coming along? Well, we've got a lot of attendance. Not so many things to feed to Marinette, but... the night is young. As far as working, though, I might just have to go and paint again. I don't think there's anything I can summon with the 2 moth. Nope. Correct. I thought we were going to lose one of our locations, actually, but turns out the snare worked. I could have sworn we'd wounded Connie. Oh, we did, but it's a different flavor of scar. Okay, we call upon the Forge of Days, who will end all nights. We'll almost certainly shatter this warded door. Need a bronze Spintrea or better. I could use the iron if it comes down to it, but... Okay. Obviously painting my visions is not a cure for them, but it at least gives me some more mystique occupy Mr. Hobson with. Of course, the thing about Hobson is I think he's erratic, so yeah, so in this case the mystique may be enough for him to generate the evidence. But, okay. So when this thing decays, I'll get a fleeting reminiscence which I can use to kill one of the fascination, and I can either let the other one die down, because this only has 102 seconds left, or I can try and spook Hobson if he becomes available. As far as working is concerned, I never know what to... I mean, I can just paint myself to, you know, to oblivion. I think I'm going to hold off on working for the next little bit, because I'll use the talk to chat with Adim and Jannings and whatnot. We can get some commissions we can do in here, so... Alright, the Chiliarch listened to the betrayal and then forced Kanish into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Loch Cowley remained to write this work and to describe the outer magics of struggle and contest. Mjolnir's Might, great to see you. How you doing? Alright. This one we can't move up. I mean, again, we can turn Chiliarch's lesson into the so on and so forth, but it's... that's kind of an emergency option. 26 enticements, 7 torments. The painter Niels Friedrich Malsker attempted a series of paintings based on the torments by the 5th torment. The demands of the painting had grown so dire that he died of blood loss. The diagrams in this text are thankfully less detailed. Very nice. If they don't play Cultist Simulator, that is a shame. No, that's all good. I'm not. So the only time I really get annoyed with channel promotion is when it's very like somebody who's quite literally said nothing else at the moment, and they just come in with that. I actually at the Dirty Rectangles there was somebody who I had a really nice chat with, and I sort of said, yeah, mention your channel. I'd love to give it some promotion or that. I said, the only thing, just remind me that we had this conversation, because the only thing I don't want to do is have somebody who's like some of you may remember we've had a couple of people who've come in and it's like, oh, why are you watching this boring asshole? Like, come watch my friend. They don't have anybody watching them. And it's like, this is not the way to endear yourself to the broader Twitch community. That's really the only time that I have a problem with it. If there's somebody you think, like, especially if it's like a Cultist Simulator stream or something like that. I only stream this game once a week, so if there's something else that people can watch over time, like, it would probably be better that people know that they exist and can watch it. I don't really feel like I don't really feel like I'm missing out, or like I'm potentially losing a viewer by somebody else mentioning another stream. All right, the enticements of the Grail outnumber its torments, but its torments are its final nature. Birth is the first torment, and thirst the 7th. I'm sorry, I really needed to have a Skittle, so you might have to hear me masticating a sugary bead. The sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. And we got another course of the heart for our trouble. Okay. In 48 seconds, I'll get a fleeting reminiscence. I think that's enough time for me to go through the stag door and try and get another influence. And you know what? I'll do a mood piece on my contentment. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for me to, like, run down some of this notoriety, but it does help to make money, so... I guess I can't really augment the host until it goes down 1, but... Got the Wildering Mirror. Okay, so let's get some commissions just so I have something to do with the work slot. I think after I chat with these three, we should get the host again. All doors must open, as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. Okay, I think we can handle a Grail commission. Okay, don't really have much use for the vitality, but it makes me feel good. And Jannings wants some heart. So before I go any further, I'll just take advantage of some of the mystique for the gathering. And if I can, I will I'll feed my henchmen to Milady. Well, I mean, that would have helped with the fascination as well. The 26 enticements, 7 torments. Through the enumeration of the grails, enticements, and torments winds the sorrowful story of the witches of the dry land, the ordeal of birth from 2 wombs, their struggle from and supplication of the grail, the yearning for union which drives them all. So we've got the Formulae Voluptuous, the second of its kind, so not enough for me to do a full upgrade. And at the moment, we've only got one more book, so How the End Will Begin, a prophecy of the wars of the roads recorded in the subcontinent in the days before the Great Hooded Princes. So this strikes me as the kind of book that will give me some kind of affliction, but we'll work with it. So in the foretold war, the children of the Leashed Flame march on the cities of the continent, but the enactors of solar law and the Triple Sisterhood join forces to hold them back at tremendous cost. Ah, so disorganized. So yeah. Hobson will keep stealing my mystique, but I think generating mystique is the one thing I don't really need to worry about right now. So, substantial work on the histories. I think we can manage that. I think I want reason. Yeah. Oh, subtle rupture's nice. In sleep, I ran my fingers along the ridged edges of the stag door's scars. Our company it was that shattered it, Garby says suddenly. Before the gods who were flesh, the mansis was forbidden to mortals. We were the first no. He begins again to weep his molten tears. I wish that we had not. I wish that I had died in the world. I've forgotten what else that he said, but I remember the shape of the fissures in the stag door, and for all of today, doors will fear my touch. Alright. Let's say fascination and dread make me happy. And then once we get the commission, this will be definitely cutting it close to the wire, but I'll use the subtle rupture to summon something. I don't know if I want to go crazy with trying to get Azim again. We'll see. Oh, they got doors like that at the supermarket, Le Chauffeur. Sorry, I should have read the text before. The whispering of the dead is quiet, but another sound echoes in the mausoleum, a faint descending howl, like metal tearing in the hull of a ship, dropping in pitch until it churns our bones. It would almost be the wind, but it is not. We should not stay long here. The chill in the air deepens until our skin crisps with ice. At the core of the mausoleum is a white marble bowl upon a granite plinth. It is filled with snow whose touch burns the skin, and buried in it items of note. Were they concealed here, or were they offerings? Nothing beside remains. Alright, so notoriety because we did just such a good job of that expedition that word of our deeds is spreading. So we've got wolf snow. Far too cold to ever melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will, very gradually, consume human flesh. And we got 3 of it. Actually, that's not bad, because if it's an ingredient, so this is the sort of thing I think I can use in some of these rites. So this gives me access to some pretty regular Maids in the Mirror if I need it. A Second Glory, a work by Jusei, the priest and hermit scholar. Wait, that might be written in something I don't understand. Deep Mandaic? Yes, I did have a chat with King Crucible. I believe Mandaic is actually a real language. Deep Mandaic, I think, is made up, though. As the sun his course, Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Archmenids. I am so bad at old names, and his subsequent return to Macedonia, as Alexander was wont to do. Okay, apparently I wasn't allowed to pick that up. Velshorn inscriptions, hundreds of matching lines in Greek and Frisian poetry copied from a wall, similar or identical to the inscriptions Cal Velshorn discovered in Halicarnassus. If you speak Greek, you can use it as a key to... Okay, well. We'll just sell that at Oriflamme's. Exploration time. Let's... I think in this case we're just going to keep going through the rare locations that we have. If in the worst case scenario, Tombs of the Shadowless Kings, I'm not going to get too sad if we miss out. But if if I miss out on a unique location and we can't get them back, if these guys ransack them, that's less good. Again, we are of course a little short on people who are actually able to get these expeditions done regularly, though. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to get the Subtle Rupture. Alright, the Rending Mountains stand between us and the observatory. The door will be sealed and barred against us. The visions we find may tear at our senses. So this definitely seems like something that I'll need Forge or Knock for. We've already got Forge 8 though, so I won't worry too much about it. Oh, interesting. More names for the list, which is equal parts sacred and secret. More faces for the Great Night. So I think... Yeah, so basically I need to bring Marionette in. Hey, fortune teller. Tell me if you see this one coming. Marionette always leaves the skin. Sometimes she leaves the bones. She'll consume the hired help eagerly enough, but the hired help generally objects, and there is generally a fuss. I gotta be quick on the space bar. In that battle between the imperishable legions and the leashed flame, the legions will perish and the flame will be unleashed. We have found the mysteries of force. The Colonel and the Lionsmith are gods who are flesh, but the Wolf Divided is a god who was blood. Cunning, strength, and agony are the 3 roots of victory, and here is their secret doctrine. Alright, we're in Edge Cult now. Yeah, so do I want to... Which of these insanity-bringing texts do I want to read next? Let's take our... Winter is so clearly going to give me despair, but I can't resist it, so Aramaic it is. Yeah, this thing is definitely going to give me, like, despair. Well, we'll see. It said that there's that they kick up a fuss. Maybe they won't. All right. Anything else I can do? Yeah, I do want to work with this. So I think Sunset Right is better in this case. So we've got our knock. So I know I was joking about it, but I actually think Azim is the right call here. And the reason I say that is that I've got a Maid in the Mirror, so that covers me for Winter. A Callagine covers me for Forge. Azim will give me Grail. Now, I mean, so then you can say, oh, yeah, but what about Knock? What about Lantern? And so on and so forth. Yes, all very well and good. I don't actually think there is a summon for Knock. But for the rest of it, I think the combo that I have here is reasonably powerful, and then I can always bring in a hint if I need that extra lantern. So you love this game. You hope it wins every. I hope it wins a BAFTA too. I don't know why they made an award named after Nightcrawler's appearing sound, but I hope they win it. And if we're an Edge cult, does that make System Chalk an Edge Lord? I leave that for you to decide. Azim may enter only when the Grail's power is strong, and it will choose to enter only when invoked with Forge, with which it is flirted so often. I believe I just spilled all my Skittles on the ground. This has not been... Is this what happens when you have, like, Grail influence or something? Or is this a Knock influence? I Knock influenced my, my packet open. Okay. I've given my agency opportunity to serve. Let us hope it ends well for us all. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. Winter and Forge. Forge and Knock. Heart or Winter. I'm going to punt, and I'm going to add funds. Grail would just be putting the whole bag in my mouth, including the wrapper. Well, for what it's worth, it all like dumped out on a blanket, so I think they're still edible. But I'm not gonna like that would be true Grail if I went on my my hands and knees and just scarfed them all up. Okay, I kind of need to pay Marionette in blood, so I don't think I'm going to be going through the spider door for a while. But I think we can keep going through the stag door. There's nothing too unsavory. Could use some contentment, but... The hour called the Madrigard is at home in the cold. She will almost certainly keep us from falling. I'm pretty sure if I add Violet, that's not going to change anything. Yeah, so we won't risk anyone else. Not that I want to see my summons die, but... Marionette always leaves the skin, sometimes she leaves the bones. She'll consume the hired help eagerly enough, but the hired help generally objects and there is generally a fuss. Okay, I already read that. Is she still hungry? Jesus Christ. Silent disciples don't make a fuss. I'm gonna feel bad if I need a Frostguard and Shivering, we've made it through the mountains. I'm gonna feel really bad if I need more winter power. Okay, the second glory is prepared for study. Maybe we'll wait until all of these go away. So in this case, I'll just take the opportunity to... So many rich aromas like a feast upon the air, but firstly and mostly blood. Alright. Sounds alright. Sorry, my mouse is sticking a little bit, and I'm really worried that's related to the coffee. Okay, not much for me to work with right now, but I do need some contentment, so let's do a... I'm gonna do a painting with a fleeting reminiscence. Okay, something's really weirding me out about my mouse right now. I wonder if it's maybe the book. Sorry, just bear with me a quick second here, because it's... Okay. I'm pretty sure it's just the fact that I'm using the book as a mouse pad. So yeah, I'll wait until... I'm not going to read any of the books until I've dealt with these problems. Possibly painting will get me contentment, which will help me with the despair. Or I'll just get some despair from the door. Ooh, this is a tough call. Ascent of Knives? Should be able to get me a raw profit, I think. Relentless Light. I'm really trying to figure out why the Relentless Light triggers. Okay, now this is going to be a problem, because this is almost certainly going to turn into these guys ransacking one of my locations. Alright, the Ascent of Knives is called the Sharp Stare and the Mother of Mirrors, and the Feast of the Grail. If one is to look beneath the stare, as I did last night in my dreams, one understands that last name. It draws a tithe of blood from the feet of those who ascend. Impausi, some shaped like men, many shaped like women, wait beneath the glass of the stairs to satisfy their hunger. I did not approach. I made no sound. I only observed. Okay. So... Oops. It's not a heck of a lot for me to do with dreams right now. So what I'll do, I'm going to consume sugary pellets. I think I just need to prep by, I think I need to prep by making another snare. I don't think there's any other way around it. Alright, now that could not have come at a worse time. There's no way around it. I'm just gonna have to accept the... If they still want more... Alright, Marionette is sated. You can now add Marionette to your guests. So before I do that, I think I'm gonna have a chat with Victor about ways to ensnare rivals. Alright, have a good one, Jamie Sam. Thanks for hanging out with us. Okay, so Connie's going to be trying to take one of my locations again, I suspect. It's not guaranteed, but it's likely. Okay, celebrated work is nice. Contentment's what I needed, so that's gonna more or less resolve itself. Essentially what's gonna happen, contentment's gonna cancel the despair. Despair is gonna turn into... Oh, actually, you know what? The fleeting reminiscence might actually be picked up on its own, now that I think of it. Either way, I'm not gonna think about my... problems. Let's get Neville to help me summon something. And... Moth. Grail for the raw profits source, and a little moth for chaos addiction. Okay, our tools are ready. We should be able to penetrate the warded door. And I think... Well, actually, you know, we could Valcine. We'll almost certainly shatter the warded door. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so both of these cancel each other out. And we'll see what happens with Exotic Cravings and Connie. Here is another who would ascend before me. Independent occultists will try to monopolize the attention of the hours. They may also conduct other schemes whether you like it or not. So, we'll see what form that takes. I actually might be safe enough to try reading one of these books now, so let's try the Second Glory. Yeah, I don't have anything else to worry about, so... Second Glory. Jusei engages in an apologia for the destruction of the hours. They were old, they were cowardly, they were vile, their time had passed. And it was the shining destiny of humankind to seize the house through glorious battle. Definitely the sort of bedtime reading that will not leave any marks on your psyche. I am convinced that there will be no despair that emerges from this. Oh, that was lucky. So I'll definitely have enough summons for the next little while. I think I'll skip over the reading this time, not because the game isn't well written, but because I want to try and make progress, and I still pause a lot. I can try the peacock door. But I won't for now. It's just because if I get something really cool out of the peacock door and I'm not able to turn it into anything, then that's just a waste, so... I did not summon Marionette. There was actually another thing that that brought her in. I don't know how much you want me to... I don't know how much detail you want me to go into on this. Okay. Not terrible, right? Like, Tombs of the Shadowless Kings, I already have a spare. If I can, I really just want to, you know, I want to cause some problems for Connie in general, just because... but I'm not going to cry if the snare doesn't work. I am, of course, going to go to the tombs right away, but... How many people did she... well, I mean, her level's 7, so I suppose it was 7 people? I didn't really keep track. It was over two playthroughs. We're still okay for the expedition. Rebellious Spirit. There's not really a huge reason why I should be trying to keep this, but I am going to lose my subtle rupture to this. So let's try and reassert control with passion and hope for the best. Neville, please don't die on me. I really need you. Okay, Fleeting Reminiscence, ×2. We'll have the snare in time for Connie, although, again, I doubt its efficacy. That's right, they couldn't have taken the Hunter's Pits because it was being worked on. That was unintentionally smart of me. Alright, Jusei recounts how the hour called Seven Coils was slain in battle by the Colonel, and how the Grail devoured the hour called Tide, and how Egg unhatching fled like a coward. He's quite vituperative about the egg unhatching. He warns darkly against its return. So I don't think we have the right of the Beast Division. Oh, yes we do. The assistant's name is taken from them in a place or on an occasion of power, and they are divided into 9 parts. They used to be hunted like an animal too, but times have changed. Alright. Like I said, absolutely no damage to the psyche whatsoever, and we have got the recitation of lost hours. 6 are gone, 5 came from stone, and 1 from light. All went to nowhere. Still, their memories have power, and now we call upon it. Let's read Joel of the Bridges book. Alexander meets at Issus with Darius, king of kings. Is it Darius or Darius? They said Darius in the Alexander movie, but what does Oliver Stone know? King of kings for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the 2 men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering that he retires to his tent to consider matters of strength and matters of mastery. Okay, I need to figure out what I want to do with my talk. I want to try and bring more bodies to the feast. I'm happy enough with an urgency of appetite. Hey, more fascination. Although in this case we've got the dread to match with it, so... the Elegist knows what is already lost. His power will almost certainly protect us. This was for the heart or winter, but I don't really have any heart, so... Dream. For lack of a better alternative... If this was the 11-second notoriety, I was... Okay, good. I was gonna lose it. Yeah, I think we're just gonna keep going through the stag door. I mean, this is potentially gonna hurt me at some point, but... Again, I don't think this is very likely to work, but... And we have regained mastery, so I've got a raw profit I can just throw in there. The Callagine will be helpful for getting rid of the... evidence that emerges. But I summoned that more just because that was available at the time. Would that apply to Vivacious, though? Let's try and summon something with Subtle Fracture. I think we can get away with it. So a hint would be ideal in this case. Victor! A hint was once a living mortal and then a dead one, and now it's something else. Their summoning requires Lantern for the light which drew them to the Mansus, and Edge for the striving they've endured in mirrors. I'll probably just let the urgency of appetite decay, but the hint should be kind of the last entry in the collection. The curse shrivels. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Okay, so we do need to go straight to the Hunter's Pits, but I think we're in pretty good shape as far as our expeditions are concerned. Yes. Okay, now I suspect this won't work, but I do kind of want to see what happens. So without the key holder, all this preparation would be in vain. So now we invite Marionette, the key holder, and Winter! Exclamation point. treasures lie before us. Okay, the sun his course. At the dawn of the 4th day, Alexander announces that the sun has his course upon which he returns, and so do I. He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and rite of a sacred betrayal. For, Joel opines, without betrayal there would be an end to war. The one thing that I actually kind of like about this too is there's that old story of, why can I not remember this guy's name? Is it Diogenes of Sinope? I'm pretty sure it's Diogenes. Yeah, it's Diogenes of Sinope. The one where Alexander kind of goes up and asks him what he needs, and Diogenes looks at him and is like, "Stay out of my sunlight." So I really like this idea of the sun being referred to as well, because even though I don't think the anecdote about Diogenes is specifically mentioned in Cultus Simulator, it's obviously a very well-known one. And whether or not it's intentional, I just kind of like the fact that it colors that particular anecdote, so... yeah. Also, hello, Terminator. I was wondering why I had 2 rights of the rebels driving and one didn't go away. I must wonder no more. So, we are close to the end of the expedition. If I want to upgrade a... Actually, let me just double check. Land beyond the forest. The Rending Mountains. Yeah, so I don't actually need... I probably could have chosen a better time to try this, but let's study the histories and see if I can make something happen with it. I'll add the trembling heat, but I make no promises about using it. Kirby was weeping again. I scooped up his molten tears in my cupped palm. In the dream, my skin peeled and blistered, but only in the dream. So here I'm going to use Dream as a chance to negate the drat. Negate the pair here. The hinter do not indulge themselves with showy entrances. A living gaze will shatter them. I know it's here, and that's enough for now. So we'll add them to the expedition. We don't need them, but obviously it's just a way of preserving them. If I want to use these influences, I should probably use it now. But the question is, do I really... actually, a Callagine would make a lot of sense here. So I am gonna summon something. Forge for the Smoky Spirit summoning, Winter for its binding. It must know who will rule it. This is more precautionary based on considering the evidence here. If a hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they will always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. So one of the nice side effects here... Oop, my rival has ransacked the place. Whatever they sought here, they've found it. And yeah, they evaded the trap. So, fair enough, but I mean, again, this is the sort of thing that we can replace pretty easily. So, my rival has advanced their cause. Whatever they sought here, they have found it. Okay, we'll get sick, but there's not a lot for me to do about that. I am safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring the case against me, and they found no new clues. So they're about as effective as I am at work. I don't know, for some reason I relate to Spencer Hobson a lot. Oh, you think I'm going to screw this up, Tall Man Alive? You're probably right. Okay, so the key holder, Winter, the host and guests. When the signal is given, a great host will assemble, their eyes so wide, their mouths so wide, to feast and be feasted upon, to draw from me the blood of our delight. Our very delight shall lead them in their feasting, and the Lady of Wires shall turn her key. Okay, so... Wait. So it says I can talk, but it doesn't actually start. So presumably that must be used as like an input to something. So I'm going to indulge in another sugary pellet. The great telescope has rusted and fallen from the dome. The lenses have cracked, but pale lights rotate slowly above the floor, like lamps held aloft by dancers. Perhaps they imitate the procession of heavenly bodies. Perhaps their motion mourns the passing of the sun. The chief of the astronomers who dwelt here must have been a practitioner of the invisible arts. In a cedarwood box in his quarters, beneath the decaying bed, we find what we sought. Okay, so I'm kind of glad I don't need to pursue the mystique anymore. Got the raw profit back. Thank you, Valcine, for your service. Azim's back, Calagin's back, Maid in the Mirror is back. So we have a consecrated lintel. This is the skull of a door through which power is passed. The cracked watchman's glass. A forge-aspected follower could repair it, but the cost would be high, or I can use up what power remains in it. We will do no such thing. The Book of Masks. Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called The Vagabond. And the Larkbean Codex. Christopher Larkibus claimed to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex and the supposedly extinct Frisian tongue from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marama. A third was given to the sea. Not exactly what I was looking for. I mean, honestly, I'm really looking for the goods here, but let's jump straight to the Hunter's Pits. Let's add the money because I think it'll give me some idea about what's coming up next. I basically want to put Azim in just because he's the hardest one to get back. The trap labyrinths of the tearing tribes. We'll have to scale the mountains and battle our way through the tribes. After that, no doubt, there will be something else. I'm tempted to bring the Calagine first, because it sounds like a forge thing. I should probably decide what I want to do with talk as well. Well, if nothing else, we can turn in with the Deem. It may not hurt to try and do another snare just for preparation. And I've got old and happy far off things, but I should be able to handle that. Oh, did I miss something from Mojo? Oh, here we go. Sorry. I missed Mojo Storm's line. Sorry about that. All right. I suppose I didn't need to preserve the Calagine now that I think about it, but that's fine. I can just keep that one around. So first thing I'm going to do is see whether or not the host and the guest... Interesting! So this has to be an input then. Unless it's like a study or an explore, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Bronze-spit tray are actually some of the most valuable for me right now because that repairs the mirror. So yeah, so in terms of things that it triggers, host and the guest, when the signal is given, a great host will assemble, their eyes so wide, their mouths so wide, to feast and be feasted upon, to draw from me the blood of our delight. Our very delight shall lead them in their feasting, and the Lady of Wires shall turn the key. And this counts as summoned. Roland doesn't have any... This doesn't make... yeah. This is for This can only be for recruitment, it looks like. So it may be that I combine something like the prepared 7 graces with the host and the guests, but we'll figure it out. But it does raise the question about what I want to do in the meantime. Not a lot for me to do with the talk verb at the moment, so let's do a precautionary trap. Does it make sense though? Yes, because we're just beginning the expedition. If we were closer to the end, I'd probably want to be traveling through it. And then as far as work is concerned, probably just another painting. Now, you know what? While I'm at it, let's get some... Let's get some commissions done. And then I should be dreaming. My rival has acquired more lore, more treasures, more connections, and in turn they become something more. So they really don't like... That's funny. It doesn't actually look like she's moved up. I'll not question it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to paint away the unhappy far off things before too long. Okay, so I can try and do something with the peacock door. Yeah, why not? So I should probably read that. In my dreams I know the path through the glass garden to the peacock's door, the most admirable of doors, the door which shines like a mirror. Perhaps with the right resources, I can pass it. The peacock's door reflects the mirror I hold in my sleep, and the mirror reflects the peacock's door. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for a fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. So... one of the reasons I'm doing this now is that, seeing as I'm sort of throwing away the talk verb on a snare, I think I'm probably going to have more opportunities to talk with people and make things. So we'll be okay for painting. Now we get to see what's happening. So we've got Watchers, the younger sister, and the high passes. So at this point, I think we're just going to file people in at this point. Maid in the Mirror probably first, just because of the edge, and I've had her out the longest. Maybe I'll do like the hint and the raw profit afterwards, but I think we'll be in reasonably good shape. I just need to make sure I add a little bit more forge when the time for the mountain passage comes. The hour called the Madrigard is at home in the cold. She will almost certainly keep us from falling. Ah, I didn't even think that the high passes would do that. Okay, I'm just going to keep throwing bodies into the expedition. I will need to add money at some point. We need glimmering, which we probably are not going to get in time. Well... Cover your eyes if you like will serve no purpose. I don't think there's a lot I can do with this right now, so let's try our luck at the Red Church. You know what? I'm not going to complain about a vagabond's map. The vagabond is the one hour who can never enter the manses, but she goes everywhere else, and, if you believe her boasts, she's the only one who knows all the histories. Sometimes she lets someone record her travels. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the lone and level sands far from here. I'm pretty happy with that. Lantern is still obviously the best. It's just not the best for right now. I saw the Red Church again last night, with its pews of bone, the stained glass and shades of ruby, the golden altar that beats like a heart, the night the names of the Grail gathered to speak of those long who'd sworn off the pleasures of the bedchamber, save between a man and a man or a woman and a woman. I'll still pay the tribute of delight, an ivory said. They do not bear fruit, a lovely said. If Forge and Sun had only joined, a thirstily lamented. They then fell to gossiping of the long of the house of Leith and their deeds in the desert. I remember it still. Sorry, that was not the best reading of that, but... Okay. I should probably repair that mirror as soon as I can. We do have our Grail... Our Grail works. Before anything, I need to paint away that restlessness. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Don't do that. We will get our health back. Frostguard and Shivering, we've made it through the mountains. Did I forget to put... No. I was going to put money in, but then I remembered I need to still bring in my people. I've increased my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one we know. That was actually rather lucky. There's no reason for me to do that. Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up, which probably buys me enough time to... I'm a little curious what happened. Oh, nope. I need to actually explore with this to see. I'm a little curious what'll happen if I go with another unresolved ambiguity. It's a shame that I have 3 because I might want it. I might instead want to double it up for another Vagabonds map. It's actually kind of tempting to do that anyway. I'll decide that later. Will I decide that later? I really do want to know if I get those unique locations back. I probably don't, so I think I am going to search with the unresolved ambiguity. The Book of Masks. And I think Vanna's work on the Rogue Hour called The Vagabond, and I forgot to translate it, so let's do... No, that's Aramaic. My followers prepared a stratagem which, with considerable luck, might defeat a rival's plans. I keep forgetting that I do actually still have a location. Okay, let's get some repairs done. Do I need Valsine for this? No. So I'm adding the raw profit just for the heck of it, but I don't really need them for the expedition. But you never know when it'll come up next. Okay, that's really just more to bank the money. The aim of that one was more about getting rid of the restlessness rather than any other advantage. We're gonna have a season of... We're going to have the ambitions coming up before long. I think I'm going to do the commission, though, just because it's... I kind of need Spentrea more than I need anything else. And I've been neglecting to do these commissions, although admittedly, you know, that does take up the talk verb as well, so... I really don't have a good strategy for if we get the Season of Ambitions and And we're still on the expedition, though. Against the Watchers, the Grail Seductions. Come closer, dear ones. We have something special for you. Okay, in this case, I'm going to toss the money in, just because I've already got a Callagine, so it doesn't. I don't need that quite as much. I think I'm going to hold off on dreaming, just so I can deal with my health problems. And we have a Season of Despair coming up, so I think what I'm going to do... I think I'm going to do the translation first. I won't really put me out of the woods, because the Season of Despair is going to take its sweet time to finish, but my follower needs a bronze Spintrea. Their present pleasures will end ill for them. Maybe they'll think it's worth it. Meanwhile, we can pass. Okay, fascination's gonna be a problem. I don't know the answer to that offhand, but I suspect somebody in chat might. I think I'm gonna start by turning in the commissions. Then I suppose I'll just paint something. Let's not get too spicy. Let's just make a good old portrait of Violet. If I had to guess, I would say you probably don't get a corpse out of that, but that's just me guessing. That's not like a I know this for sure kind of answer. Okay, Madame Miche gave me a fancy new bronze Spintrea, which I definitely wanted. Again, we'll just talk with Jannings. I might as well try and get some kind of cycle going where I do where I get some currency for mirror repairs. And we do have a Season of Ambitions coming up, so I think I actually spent one wealth too many. Okay. The study slot is the real dilemma for me now. Because I have a fascination. I've got dread piling up right now. Although I do have a season. Okay, I'm gonna let this go, but I hate having things not tick down. What I'm gonna do though, so I'm gonna wait on the study until dread has been neutralized, because then that will give me the fleeting reminiscence, which will allow me to destroy the fascination. Yeah, you're telling me I lost Laidlaw to the weakest beautiful ending. I just wanted to get rid of the influence. The influence stayed, by the way. That was the real punchline. Okay. Let's get another set of repairs in. Sorry guys, the other thing I didn't explain was I'm wearing glasses again, but one of the arms for it is broken, so they're sort of falling off my face while I'm streaming. I'm trying to keep them together, but it's not been the most successful. Okay, we can begin to repair this, but it will take at least a silver spintrea to purchase the necessary materials. Well, I might actually start using this more often because we've got more silver than we've got bronze. Oh, we did have the serpent. Okay, eyes like gas lamps, scales like black jade. A serpent is a powerful foe, but it's nothing before us. Okay, nice portrait of Violet. Who wouldn't want that hanging in their house? I'm hoping Hobson is still not very good at evidence. Okay, we got a little money. Nothing to summon again. I can work on the commission though, so let's do secret histories. And again, waiting on the study until we neutralize one of these. Alright, well, that was the outcome we weren't hoping for, but that's life. Nothing's happening next. I am intrigued, though, that apparently you can study this? Ah, okay, that makes sense. So let's nullify that. Now I'm free to study the Book of Masks. The Mask of the Laughing Thrush says, Athena Vanna had a great friendship with the sun and splendor, the highmost hour of the Mansus, now divided and departed. The Mask of the Sight Thief painted the river in the Mansus. The Mask of the Vagabond was forbidden the Mansus, not for what she had done, but for what would occur. Alright, so we still have health problems. Not that Douglas has helped that at all. I think 132 seconds might be long enough. I might want to keep an eye on that, though. Okay, safe for now. My adversary isn't very good at his job. Cautious scheme. Okay. No snare required then. Do you know if Alexis or anyone at Weather Factory you suppose is a Mark Laidlaw fan? Mark Laidlaw. I believe Mike Laidlaw is the one. So the Laidlaw in this game is a backer of the game, but it is also the same. Laidlaw who is responsible. Basically worked at BioWare, was responsible for Dragon Age. I'm not familiar with Mark Laidlaw, though. Yeah, so at Business in the Shadows, I can live with that. The serpent roars and rolls and roars. Its death throes shake the earth, but it's dying. We will pass. Okay. Progress. The history is a substantial investigation. Music to my ears. Looks like in a few seconds we'll also get the opportunity to do more studies. But until then, let's paint. What do I want to paint? Good question. I should have thought of that before I started painting something. Everybody loves a portrait of Neville. We really should mass produce those. Okay. 10 seconds I'll find out if it was a good decision to open that book or not. And I have a fancy new mirror. As well as Affliction. Okay, so another season of ambitions. If Connie takes this, I am going to lose my mind. And... well, might as well turn in. I mean, at some point, this is the point where I might want to consider making another snare, just in case they do try and steal the location. But the Mask of the Centipede recalled her birthplace, Maya, which had punished her for creeping into the temple precinct. This mask cursed Maya to drink only dust and to be remembered only by the wind, for not beneath any mask does she forgive, and the centipede's hunger is not to be forgotten. So we've got another centipede testament, if I am so inclined to break my rule of one of every type of lore. Mark Laidlaw is a science fiction writer who also worked... oh, that's right. Yes, but in this case, I do not believe... so the Laidlaw in this particular one was a was because of the backing that Mike Laidlaw gave. Although, as was revealed at GDC, apparently Gabe Newell has played Cultist Simulator, and I would want to point out, did not say that he enjoyed it, just that he played it. But that was a neat little reveal. Who knows, maybe he likes watching it on stream, but really likes talking about the mechanics of the game as well, and I yelled at him for backseating once. What do I want to do with the talk? I guess we'll get the next round of commissions. The Larkabine Codex, the sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth, and met in secret to seek union. Okay, I'm in reasonably good shape. I think a chat with Jannings for another commission, and we'll see. Yeah, I think probably the next call is chat with Victor to make another snare. The memory of war. These are the trophies the hunters won. Not all beasts they slew are beasts that walk the earth today. I should probably read the thing before that. Here we go. In the crumbling depths of the hunter's pits, we found a room where battle scenes are painted on the walls. Here are the shrines of the greatest hunters of the Tearing tribes. Okay, so we've got the Book of Dissolution. Alexander Probst, following the foundational work of J. Wrigglesworth Jensen, recovered a copy of this work from a mountain temple in Persia. Other copies surface now and then, usually seared on a rock. We have the August Stone, a tremendous bowl big as a gong carved from black basalt with matching incantations in Aramaic and Mandaic. If you speak Aramaic, you can use this as a key to Mandaic. But is this deep Mandaic? I'm going to assume that that's something that can I sell that? Yeah. 3 bitter black salts. No ordinary chemist would produce these dark gleaming crystals, not without the touch of the forge. A Malleus Imperative. A tiny earbone blackened by intense heat. Applied correctly, it can crack stone. Yeah, but I've already got the Forge of Days painting. I don't need your... And a Scaptodon Fang. It is rare for the Lionsmith to make Scaptodons now, but they are difficult to kill, and they live a very long time. So I think this is pretty much the game saying, will you please start using things for summons? Because this is obviously a lot of consumables. So, okay. The first and obvious answer with a season of ambitions coming up is to make our way to a location. I think I'm going to go with the Maid in the Mirror again. Must penetrate the mountains and pass the guardians and brave the curse the shadowless kings left behind. Perhaps we will find treasures. So, you know, it would be wonderful if I got the last item that I needed, but it's pretty unlikely. This is more so just to exhaust my possibilities, and then we can start working on the unresolved ambiguity. Or hang on. Yeah, we start working. Well, I'll look at one unresolved ambiguity, and then we'll start working on the Vagabonds map. Oh, so many things happening. Okay. My rival has been up to some kind of mischief. The Suppression Bureau may take note. It's just Mystique. Okay, apparently that Neville painting was a big hit. It also brought me contentment, as, you know, one would expect from a Neville. No real summons, so let's do our Forge commission. And I would have done a preemptive snare, but there's really nothing to do with the snare because I don't have any locations. So in this case, I think I'm probably just going to have to let the talk verb kind of go by on its own. I can obviously try and send someone to kill Hobson, but he's a mystic, so. That, and I mean, he's not the word. Jesus Christ, Douglas, why are you doing this to me? Hobson's not the worst hunter you can wind up with. So. Okay, we're healed again, but I have a feeling I'm going to get sick before too long. The Lockerbine Codex. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the manses through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail, and so we got the Waking Chant. Okay, study-wise, I guess it's just the Book of Dissolution. Could put a body in the expedition as well. So it looks like we got another pass through the mountains. Well, okay, the 10 is enough there. Heart or Grail to suppress the curse. Well, we got Grail covered. Mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived. Let's keep the hint. And then I'll go through the Peacock Door again. This time I'm going to use the Watchman's Glass, and this is just because it requires the silver, which I have more of. Oh, that's a fancy 12 pointer. So I'm just adding the Callagine because I can add the Callagine. Rivals considering an expedition, I'll obviously be sure not to give them anything in that case. And I've got a free talk verb, so we'll just turn in the commissions without any fuss. Okay, so I'm probably going to want to be careful of any books while this is still active. Another Season of Despair coming up too, so this is also known as the season of not reading books. So what I'll do instead, for work, I can obviously take care of the edge. Expedition will be the expedition. I might get something nasty in the Mansis, you never know. Oh, I completely forgot. The fascination's gonna bite me no matter what. Okay, well, I definitely know which one I'm not going through. Let's try the Red Church again. Well, that would have been nice, but I mean, you know, the Worm Museum definitely does not feel like the kind of place I need to be looking at too often. But we got the nectar, one of the flower maker's many gifts. In a brighter age, it might have bestowed immortality. In this blighted history, it is still an unparalleled sweetness. When I visited the Red Church last night, they told me, between their clawings and their caresses, that the flower maker had visited but lately with his nectar and his promise. I woke twinned in sodden sheets with the amaranthine nectar brimming in my hand. I captured what I could of it, only a few drops, but it will be enough. Reminds me of my coffee. Okay, now seems like the season of having a chat with a Forge follower to repair the mirror. Like I said, we'll hold off on the book because this is a particularly fragile time for me. I'm going to be having Dread coming up alongside the Fascination. So for now, I think I'm just going to pay for my medicine. And yeah, the study sits idle while I live through that. I started off so optimistic for finishing this time, but I think my progress has been a little too slow. What am I doing? Jennings doesn't have his... yeah, so Valsine, let's have a chat about spending money. Okay, so, lantern or knock, which we don't really... Okay, no, I've got the lantern. I think right now the smarter call is to put some money towards it. My rival seeks tools and lore for their own ascension, and they didn't find any. Okay, Season of Despair was a known quantity. Season of Visions, but we're already in that, so that won't really affect anything. I think we need one more funds. I could be, I mean, I'll get it back if I was wrong on that, but... Health is back. I'm assuming that with the Forlorn Blood we'll just lose it again, but... do I want to use the Wildering Mirror? I am better for my Bronze Spintrea. You know what? Couldn't hurt. They are more cunning and more numerous than we'd expected. This will end in blood for us. Well, that is why I did not add one of my followers prematurely. Okay, Season of Suspicion I'm okay with. We know that the... Oh, of course, it's Azim, Jesus Christ. Alright, well... That was a thing that happened. We'll still be okay. I can start reading the book now because we know... So despair won't be coming up immediately, and fascination will be dealt with. So the book consists mostly of prayers to the unburnt god, the Forge of Days, which consumes and transforms. It suggests the Forge's power arises partly from its nature and partly from its tools. Okay, so we've got our secret histories ready to go, and Madame Bichet is ready for a commission, so we'll work on that. And what work do I want to do, though? I mean, I can paint because I am burning through money pretty quickly. And I'm actually running out of the notoriety and mystique, so probably couldn't hurt to just get a little financing. I do sort of need to keep an eye in terms of my funding, mostly because... So I'm just gonna... Oh, that's right, I can't get a screenshot of this. Just bear with me a quick second here. Compose. I'm trying to get better at actually contacting Weather Factory about bugs, so I'm just going to take the second to right here. Okay, sorry about that. So Masemagoma, Azim, the second thirstly. Change me, change me, change me harder. Now, my turn. He has Aspect Tutor, Aspect Summoned, Follower, Aspect Frisian Speaker, Aspect Edge 12, Devourer, and Grail. Azim, he's also currently sulking. Oh, let's just paint Azim's corpse. What do I want to use as my inspiration? Neville, the Neville portrait did really well, so I think let's do a Rhaenyra portrait. I was gonna do a Saliba one, but then I just remembered all of my coffee and my Skittle problems. So okay, so Madame Bichet is happy. Let's deal with Adim and Jannings. I'd say shame on you all for being Grail worshippers, but then I do need to remember what, what legacy I'm doing right now. Okay, so I can go for the Unresolved Ambiguity, or I can try my luck at the Worm Museum or the Red Church. So I have a feeling this will probably be an influence, but I do sort of want to get a read on the place, and I'm not going to do that if I don't roll the dice, so Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't get dread. And incarnadescence. The very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it, and it might bleed. Unfortunately, we can't summon Azim for a while, so I just have a feeling I'm going to wind up painting a million times. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voices of the Grail's names, the Thirstleys and the Ivories and the Lovelies and the rest. Not all the Impausi are women, they might be heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men. But a mother is never far from her child at its birth, and that is not always true of a father. Come closer, and we will show you what we mean. Just give me a quick second here, guys. I want to see if my mouse pad's dried out. Yeah, it only lightly smells of coffee, so... Actually, it's a little damp in some spots still. I think it'll be good enough for me to use. And if it isn't, I'll put a fundraiser together for... I need one of those pro gamer mice for Cultist Simulator. Esports edition. Okay. So I'm gonna just flog this thing as long as I can. And we're actually gonna head straight back to the Peacock door. I'm never gonna get the blood again. I'm convinced. Okay, let's do... I don't suppose I can talk about this, can I? Well, maybe I can talk with somebody, but it's not gonna... I don't think that's gonna work. I'll get the paints. Let's clean up the board where it needs to go. I can talk with Jannings about turning in the Edge Commission. Normally I would normally want to work on Moth, but that's not the done thing right now. Let's see if I beat the Watchers. Yeah, so I can't work on the Moth because I want to keep that influence. Iron Spin Troya. Damn it, Jannings. Yeah, there's nothing I can do with talk. Well, no, I can build a snare. No, I can't because I don't have the location. Is there really nothing I can do with talk right now? No, I can repair the mirror. What am I saying? Modest fame. Rhaenyra is just that kind of gal. Okay. So Azim's gonna sulk for another 133 seconds. I somewhat dread what's gonna happen to me for painting this multiple times. But I'm also very curious, so... Grail is a verb. I grailed my... That's pretty good. I'm gonna have to steal that. The book describes an earlier House of the Sun whose doors and ways were different. It praises the Forge of Days for opening the ways into the house and for transforming that which was to that which is, despite the screams of stone. So we've got another Rite of the Crucible Stone. Soul. And we have got the Formula Fissive. Nothing to study yet. Is that right? I mean, I could move from the Colonel's name to the Lionsmith's name. That's actually the shortest path to a higher level that I've got. I'll do it just because there's really nothing else for me to be doing with study right now. That may change at the end of expedition, but their blood pumps bright and then dark. They should not have opposed us. We move on. So yeah, this is more just kind of a flyer to get the highest level of lore that I can. Okay, again, I don't want to go for fascination. This time I'm actually going to try the Worm Museum, because I want to see if it's got this regular pattern. Well, I mean, could have been worse. Perfect Frost, the world is still as ice. Each movement is a journey, a 15th order influence. This might be the personal attention of an hour. This can be used in some rites, some in minions. If unused, it will become dread. This is going to be a real dilemma now. Because I really want to keep that 15 Grail lore, but I don't want the winter to, like, dissolve into dread. Last night I visited the Worm Museum, which is both within the Mansis for security and without for safety. The hours have charged the Colonel, with its defense, and even the Lionsmith does not challenge him here. Winter is the chiefest aspect of this place. The worms thrive where things end, but they can also be ended, and they must if the Mansis is to endure. This morning, the chilly certainty of the Colonel's hand still lies on my shoulder. Alright. Okay, let's rearrange everything. So we'll keep the Perfect Frost up here just because I need to know what to do with it. This is going to be exciting. Let's cure the sickness for now. Expedition plans for the next challenge. Funds or a follower. Lantern or knock. So in this case, our good old Pope Clifton is will heed the call. Okay, my recent work is considered notable. This will probably not endear me to the Suppression Bureau. Now, again, no, you know what? Nope, I'm not. I thought I was going to be able to get away with a sneaky painting, but no such luck. I've already done the Grail painting. I am curious, however, what happens if I paint multiple times with this? Probably nothing good. In fact, this is very likely going to be something that I regret. But you don't learn unless you burn your hand on the stove. Alright, and that is one bronze Spintrea coming up. I thought that was Dread that was going in for a minute, and was like, where? Why? We'll almost certainly find this hidden door. Nothing really to add. Nope, we need to add funds. Okay, and we'll immediately put Velsine back to work on the more expensive mirror. Perfect Frost should turn to... Okay, I have a little bit of time on this, but... Actually, you know what? Here's the better question. 12... 10... Okay, so I can go down to 10 and still get a Zeme. You feel like it's worth nothing, nothing there in... Wait, sorry. You feel like it's worth noting that there are, in fact, ways of learning beyond second degree burns. I've only ever learned by putting my hand on the stove. I am the world's ultimate empiricist. And the important thing too is that I can't really just, like, it's not really proper for me just to attribute that to to that one time. I saw my hand go onto the stove and I felt the pain and, the burns and whatnot. but I didn't see the interaction between them that caused it. I merely saw an association at the same time. So really, you can't just burn your hand on the stove once. You need to do it a couple of times, and even then, you're really just gathering further evidence that that is, in fact, the, you know... I didn't say I liked the pain. I just said it was necessary. Okay. The real tricky part here is figuring out. So if I go by the, the guidance here, and write with Martensite paste and assistant dedicated to knock, you can summon a maid in the mirror. Wouldn't hurt for me to bring up a maid in the mirror. But in 24 seconds, Azim is going to become available. How low can I go for a maid? You really only get 2 more levels down. You know what? I'm going to risk this. So let's do a sunset right. We'll bring in... You know what? Neville's been overworked. Enid will bring in the maid in the mirror. And then we bring a fancy knife. So this will decay, but it should decay down to a level that we're able to bring Azim back. And hang on, do I want to do anything? I'm gonna be sick, so I need to get that. I need to get that back. So yeah, the logic here is that the this influence shouldn't go. It shouldn't get too low before before I'm able to summon the thing I want with it, which is why I used the winter, because the winter is going to turn into a whole world of problems for me if I don't deal with it. Faint lines in the stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. Okay, so I've got 1 minute for the imperative of appetite. The lips ache to savor, the fingers ache to clutch. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril, which can be used in some rites to summon minions. Okay, so silver for that one. I don't think I need to worry about spending anything. The creeping breath, the treasures lie ahead under the creeping breath curse without grail or heart. It may follow us back home and settle like spores in our lungs. Damn it. That's the thing I forgot. Because I don't have Azim, I don't have Grail or Heart for this expedition. And I'm not particularly strong on that, but Clovette's irresistible personality will clearly... We carry enough heart aspect to quell the curse. Probably. And of course, there's a rebellious spirit. I'll try passion. I'm pretty sure we just lost the ability to summon Azim with this, though. Mirror is repaired. It shines again as it once did before. I kind of suspected, or not suspected, but I kind of feared that would happen. But I can't build an entire strategy around everything going wrong all the time. So, what was I trying to do? So the idea here, Tall Man Alive, was, so I've got this imperative of appetite. I need a 10th order to summon Azim. So what's going to happen is that this is going to decay down below level 10, which means I can no longer use it to summon Azim. And it's just bad luck, essentially. Normally I would have had enough time, but because this summoning is contending for mastery, because this Maid in the Mirror, which I don't really need, is trying to break free, I need to spend extra time to get it. And, you know, you can't really predict something like that happening. There's a chance. The only thing is that I didn't summon Azim right away because he was still sulking. And in this particular case, I opted to use the winter before waiting the 20 seconds to get Azim back. Like, it's just, I made a judgment call. It turned out to be the wrong one, and I have to pay for it. But let's go back to the Peacock store and see if we can get any other fancy goodies. As far as talking to people is concerned, Dim and Jennings can give me some goodies. So now this is an urgency of appetite, which is a 6th order influence. And the Maid in the Mirror got out, which captured Victor. If Victor dies, that's even worse. Because Victor is like my only big edge guy. Oh boy. So, more sickness coming up. Let's summon what we can. This is just going to be a raw profit in this case, but could be worse. And we need Moth for this one, so... And then I don't think I actually have any talking to do with people at the moment. Okay, well, we got lucky there. Treasures lie before us. Our power is stronger than the curse, than the power that was here. The cursed won't touch us. Jesus. The first rays of the day's sun will fall upon the open eyes of a corpse. There is often a price for an unwise summoning, and it is always the summoner, but it is not always the summoner who pays it. So I lost my last edge, disciple. Not a scar, just a straight up death, and then the notoriety. And on top of that, this is still going to turn into dread. So the whole reason I summoned that Maid in the Mirror is still going to happen. See, I think I got a pretty good Secret Histories one I did. I kind of want to do the Splendor because I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get the painting out of that, but... Ah! Oh my god. Okay, what is going on in this game? Last night I visited the Red Church, where the Grail conducts its feasts. The light through the stained glass windows was all the spectra of red, and the names of the Grail labored to birth a new desire, which had until today no name at all. I am sticky with the memory of it, and this morning everything I see is tainted ruby. We're not going back to the Peacock door for a little while. Okay, fleeting reminiscence to deal with the fascination. I kind of lucked out on that. Jesus. Nothing, there's not a whole lot else we could do right now. I guess I could, like, make the corpse wake up. That'll have no negative consequences, right? Oh, you know what? I worry about the fleeting reminiscence. I'll wait for the chilly atmosphere to decay into dread. I've increased my mastery of the lore of the knife, which we call by its aspect edge. Okay, so I'll be getting some books. I won't take up that study slot yet, but in this case I can use the Lionsmith's name. And this is really just for the sake of saying that I got, you know, the full column of edge. It enters the world one limb at a time, questing like a serpent, cawing like a crow, throbbing like a vein. It will cuddle close against my leg if I let it, and afterwards I will have to dispose of my shoes. Okay, let's rebuild. Secret Histories will make me Spintrea, and I kind of have enough money to go by for now. As far as conversations are concerned, I don't have that much to worry about, so we'll let that run by. We roll the stone aside, and light floods the tomb. Here is the king, dried to papery leather and crumbling bone. He does not move. This one was not immortal. The Shadowless Kings were buried with only their most personal treasures. They expected no luxury in the afterlife. Here is a tiny cache of things that this king valued. Okay, so it's worth remembering the only reason why we were really able to make this work was because we had a Maid in the Mirror and a Zeem, and we definitely won't have a Zeem for the next one. So, a Furious Sliver. When the Lionsmith turned against the Colonel, he crushed his own sword in his fist. Each tiniest fragment of that weapon still thrills with rage. Labic Grains. And where has she gone? A discussion in VAC of the Vagabond's travels. I didn't think you could get books out of these ones. So, it absolutely pains me to do this, because I do think I'm going to be better off to study, just to double these up and turn it into another Vagabond's map, but I really do want to see if you get the unique locations again. So, the Rending Mountains, it has been said, tear the flesh of history. It has generally only been said by people like Christopher Elopoli, but still, they are a good region to find the places the daylight history does not recognize. Alright, Hobson found the body. Oh, you know what I should be doing? Belcine should be repairing. Holy smokes! I'm never gonna get my blood back. So let's just anticipate that I'm not going to get blood, so I won't have to worry about the extra fascination. Hint will be gone, unfortunately. Okay, so this is going to be one of those quieter efforts. I should be able to bring the hint back, at least. Unless, of course, it just goes rogue again. Okay, shadow business I can work with, I think. Yeah, and this is going to be another Tomb of the Shadowless Kings. Fair enough. If I get another unresolved ambiguity, then I'll study these up to turn it into new Vagabonds maps. The real question here is, do I want to try any more expeditions with my current crew? And I actually think the answer to that is yes. I'm okay leaving the Tomb of the Shadowless Kings for a later expedition. The Vagabond is recorded to have traveled not only in the Mansis and the Wood, not only all 9 continents, but also places forbidden to other hours. Elkanu, thank you very much for the host! We have got 11 of you coming in. How the devil are you? I've had a very unique experience for the last little while. I had a rough start to the cast, and then I just went through a whole bunch of nonsense in this game. How are you doing? And I know you are not a Cultist Simulator player, but are any of your fans... Welcome, by the way. I am not a French speaker like Elkanu. I'm also not as good of a streamer as Elkanu. I'm a different streamer than him, though, and I hope you guys enjoy it. But I'm curious if anybody from Elkanu's channel are Cultist Simulator fans. And while I do that quick poll, I will let you good folks know about Elkanu. He is a very gifted French streamer. He's got a very cool we've got a very cool little stream. I mean, so number one, it's really cool to see that somebody who doesn't speak English does such a good job of sort of communicating why a game is interesting to an audience. It's really interesting to see that, because obviously if you're not, you know, if you don't know French that well, and I definitely don't, it's just interesting to see how his enthusiasm for the game comes across, even through nonverbal cues. He's definitely got a very deep library and lots of really interesting games inside of it to to sort of show. So I've definitely wound up picking up a few games off of his stream. But just generally been really supportive of my own broadcast. Because I've moved and because my hours don't always work, I tend to wind up watching him, you know, on like a lunch break or something like that. So I don't get to be as active in terms, well, maybe not like a lunch break, but like during breaks or usually while I'm doing other things. So I don't get to be as active in his chat as I used to be. But he has definitely not diminished as a streamer over time. If anything, he has grown as a streamer. So he's somebody I definitely recommend, even if you have not seen his, like, sorry, not even if you haven't, obviously if you haven't seen his stuff, check it out. But even if you don't necessarily think that you would enjoy a foreign language stream, I definitely do encourage you to check him out, just because I think he's got a level of nonverbal communication that that sort of overcomes any shortcomings in terms of being able to understand exactly what's going on. Plus, you guys are watching Cultist Simulator. You're used to not knowing what's going on, right? Yeah, well, it's a little bit harder in my case, though, Elkanu, because I'm not entirely sure I do nonverbal communication that well. But I appreciate you saying that nonetheless. I am safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they have found no new clues. Okay, well, that's good news of a kind. I've gained my composure. So we'll take our risk with the peacock door again, I guess. What could possibly go wrong? I'm going to lose my maid in the mirror, though. So maybe we'll try the same trick with her. I could get Valsine to repair the Noonstone. I'm not entirely convinced I have any reason to do so. So instead I'm going to have a chat with Dr. Adim about his commission. Now, what would have been smarter would be for me to have gotten a snare up, because right now I have only one location. We've got Erudition, we've got Mystique. By the way, yeah, no worries at all, Elkanu. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Thank you very much for bringing your people over to me. As I'm always very fond of saying, oh my god. Yeah, we're going to try and keep the hint. As I'm always fond of saying, you know, a streamer can't ever expect an audience, but they can ask for the opportunity to entertain. So if I'm not able to retain your audience, it is certainly through no fault of the game, and it's certainly through no fault of your efforts. I really appreciate that. I hope you have a wonderful sleep, and I hope I get a chance to see you in your place soon, because I know you've hosted me a couple of times, and I have not been able to stop by and say thank you on your home turf. All right, so we are going to make an effort with the hint. We are going to lose the maid in the mirror because it'll take too long to get the hint under heel. Okay, from our gossip and invisible lore, Spieth deduces that the vagabond has visited nowhere, but that she will not return. He also asserts that she has yet to visit the glory, but inevitably this must be her goal. So some good news there. Lagan's Tomb. So I'm going to do something a little risky here. Because I've got the maid in the mirror, let's actually just... I'm going to throw whatever bodies I can into the expedition, and we'll do our best to fill these things out. Have a good night, Tehoma. Thank you very much for that follow. Lagan's tomb will be difficult to find in the desert. We must navigate by the stars. Its door has long resisted assaults of tomb robbers. We must bring what force we can. There likely will be a curse. We must be prepared for it. So right now I don't have any Forge followers, and I don't have any Knock followers for this one. I must prepare accordingly. The Callagine might be an idea, actually. So I'm already going through the door. I suppose I can try upgrading the edge, seeing as we don't have any other studying to do right now. And then no items to repair yet? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Holy crap. I think this is the longest I've gone without getting the blood. A murderous scheme traces left by a rival's decision to move against an enemy, so they're going to try and kill Hobson. Okay, so I can go for the unresolved ambiguity, I can go to the Worm Museum, or I can go to the Red Church. The unresolved ambiguity is going to give me an opportunity to study something up to a vagabond map, which I kind of need. And then the Worm Museum and the Red Church probabilistically give me influence that may or may not wind up giving me a summon that I want, but they may also wind up giving me fascination or something along those lines. As much as I would like to try and find out what the patterns are in the Peacock Door, I am going to just take the unresolved ambiguity, because I know I can turn that into the Vagabond's map. So last night I opened the Peacock Door, and beyond its bright spaces the house I met a pilgrim adept. I am almost ready, they said, to pass the summit of the house and prepare for the final ascent. Perhaps you'll join me. I will need allies to fight for my place. Here is a story to help you rise. Okay. So we'll obviously deal with our sickness first. You'll notice that our finances are definitely suffered on our journeys. So I've got a hint which I'll throw into the expedition. So we need Heart or Lantern to suppress the curse. We'll probably add Clifton to that. Desolation, Forge or Grail. Okay, we're doing okay for Grail. And then Forge or Knock. So ideally I stack a bunch of Forge into this. So a Callagine is kind of the #1 priority for summoning if I can. Let's see if I can pull that off, though. As far as talk is concerned, Valsine can spend the Bronze Ventrea to get the Cracked Mirror back. And Bitter Black Salts should be able to help me out. So, Winter and... Well, that doesn't work. Maybe the Wolf Snow will, though. So what the Wolf Snow lets me do is, it's my weaker winter. Oh, that's 8, though. Oh, but it's 4. Okay, yeah. Plus I've got a whole bunch of other winter things, so it's not that bad if I use it. It's overkill, but it's something I can destroy for it. So, Icon of St. Agnes and the Formula Fissive. Is there another way I can pull this off? I'm just trying to think. So I need Forge for Azim, but I'm pretty sure I'm not, like... Yeah, this is... Oh. Okay, this is nonsense if I can get away with this with the bitter black salt. I'm like 99% sure that won't happen, but... I am also extremely curious. Oh, this is probably not... Well, no, hang on. We could do... Really? Well, I'll be... Hey, Super Tachi. I'm glad you really like. I'm a huge fan of this game too. Have you gotten Ascension yet? Like, we're currently very far in on one of the Apostle Ascensions, so we're very deep in this one here. Have you gotten this far yourself? You must if you love the game, but I've learned not to assume that people have played this game longer than I have. So, okay, well, we learned something. I didn't realize that you needed so little forge to summon Azim. Okay, that makes me a little bit happier. I mean, we're still going to be a minute away. I think we'll throw Clifton in. You know what, Slee. Just in case we lose him. Oh, no worries. Well, I mean, Super Tachi, I've been playing it since... so, like, my background with this game, I played it back when it was sort of this early, sort of like alpha prototype before there was a Kickstarter for it. So, I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I would definitely call myself a fan. So, I've been having a good time. The Apostle victory, admittedly, we were using a special save that was prepared for the stream that we did on Steam for this. But my intention is to do kind of a full, like, wall-to-wall playthrough to get one of the Apostle victories the full way. But yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of it. Still a big fan of it, and yeah, I don't know. I can't get enough of this game, frankly. But got it on a bundle, and you've been playing it ever since. So you must be subscribed to the Humble Monthly thing, then. Yeah, I'm really cool. This is the one thing that's really nice about it, because if you're into this game, one thing I will say that's been really rewarding about it has actually been to follow along with Weather Factory and the developers behind it. So Weather Factory consists of Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan. They're the co-founders of the game. Alexis Kennedy is sort of known for his writing. So in terms, he's a founder of the company Fail Better Games, which made Fallen London, the web-based game, and Sunless Sea was sort of their big breakout. Well, I mean, Fallen London was popular, but I feel like Sunless Sea is sort of the one that made the name. And Lottie was a producer at Fail Better for Sunless Sea Submariner, and then she worked for a little while on Sunless Skies. And I can remember there were a bunch of articles written just shortly after Alexis left Fail Better, and he went on what he called his Ronin year. So he went and wrote for Paradox with the Horizon Signal. I don't know if you like Stellaris, but it's this really well done DLC that he did. It actually has a few elements that I think kind of either worked into Cultist Simulator, or because he was thinking about Cultist Simulator, they worked into the Horizon Signal. He did a tour at Telltale, obviously the project that he was working on, though probably is no more. I think there was a stint at BioWare. I think he also did some consulting on a game called Burden of Command. Anyways, did a bunch of sort of side projects, learned a bunch of things from other studios, and then spun up the Weather Factory. They did the Kickstarter, and one of the things that's interesting about Weather Factory is they practice open development. So if you go to their website, weatherfactory.biz, you can see everything, including the budget for the game, the breakdown of that budget, you can sort of see what their expectations before the game was sold were. And one of the things that's really interesting about the Humble bundle is they talk about the fact that their contract with Humble was that they would get an upfront non-recoupable payment for the game, but when Humble puts it in a bundle, they don't actually get any revenues for that. Essentially, part of the deal is that they get the money up front, but Humble can put it in a bundle and they're not gonna, they don't pay them for whatever keys they put inside of those bundles. And it's really interesting because, they talk about it in the blog about saying, it's like, so why would you make this decision to do this thing, which is obviously going to go out to a lot of people and not see any money on it? And part of their rationale was to have this very interesting, unique game and their company name go on as many screens as possible. And it's... Oh yeah, well, I mean, I'm a really big fan because they've made it easy to be a fan. To give you a little bit of an idea of my background with it, like they gave me an opportunity to interview them on the GOG channel. I've been meaning to put that up on YouTube, but I don't have an audio of that. They've invited me to do a stream on their Steam page. So whenever they have a big event, I've been kind of the streamer on the Steam page for 8-ish hours or whatever. So, because they're a very open studio and they're great to interact with. I really encourage you to check out their Twitter accounts just because they're really lovely people in addition to making a really good game. But you get to learn little things like, the fact that the strategy of sort of putting it in or being able to kind of concede to that request that they not get royalties for the Humble. It's nice to see that people have found this game as a result of it and have become interested in it. And this is part of my job, I guess, is to encourage you to check out Weather Factory because they are going to release other games, and hopefully their inclusion in this Humble bundle will be worth it for them if they can get new fans. But yeah, if you like details like that, if you like finding about the people behind them, I do encourage you to check out either weatherfactory.biz, their website, or their Twitter account is Factory Weather, and that lets me say that there's now a third member of Weather Factory, Claire, who is their Irish marketing manager, who's got this really cool story about St. Bridget on the blog. So it's definitely the coolest thing about this game is that the game is fascinating, but there's this entire community and this entire experience of watching them make the game and improve the game, which has kept me going for the year through the experience. But anyways, that's my pitch. I should probably get back to the gameplay and that, but definitely if you have any questions about the game, I love running into people who are as fascinated by the game as I am, and it's really neat. That's one of the reasons why it's so rewarding to stream the game. Okay, so the sister in which to shield us from the scorching heat and the sun and the mirrors of the horizon. It should see us through. Now, I can throw some more Grail in. I'm not going to have Azim in time. So, Saliba, save us. The sister in which should see us safe through the dry places. It would have been nice if I could have got Azim on time, but you can't always get what you want. Okay, more disease because I'm never going to get my blood back. Hopefully we don't perish in the desert. The sun in wrath. Day after day, the sun tautens our skin, dries our mouths, floods our skulls with savage light. We might be lost. It's possible we're lost. Bad luck. Although fortunately I do have a Course of the Heart, so I at least won't need to pay for my next bit of health. Azim is now active. Hopefully we don't lose one of my expedition members. Let's think a little bit about what the next step is going to be. So I need Heart or Lantern, so either I'm going to have to add a follower or I'm going to try and need to get another hint. Now hints require edge. Ooh, 8 edge is a little much. But what's my other option? None, really. Unless I want to go to the Mansis, but if I go through the Mansis, then I'm not going to be able to heal. So what I will do, I think I am going to start using some of my consumables here, and we will summon a hint. Again, this is a little overkill, but Icon of St. Agnes. A hint was once a living mortal, and then a dead one, and now it's something else. Their summoning requires lantern for the light which drew them to the Mansus, and edge for the striving that they've endured in mirrors. Now, the real drawback here is that these summons who I'm bringing up, Bronze Spintrea to repair the mirror. Azim's obviously ticking down, waiting for the next opportunity to bring somebody onto the expedition, and my hint is going to be waiting not just the time it takes me to add them, but it's also going to be taking the time to... so I'm going to add Azim, then the event's going to trigger, then I'm going to need to add funding to the expedition, and then I'll be able to add the hint. So this thing's going to be running down for quite some time. But again, I'm not quite sure what my better alternative is there, so at least I got my Wildering Mirror back. Velsine can go back to the stack. We've got my Vitality. I'll get the health in a minute. And let's... Well, Victor went bye-bye, so let's get Violet to make the nasty trap. Okay, so we will cure my affliction with Vitality. Fleeting Reminiscence because we didn't go bonkers, and another Notoriety season, but I mean, Connie's trying to kill the hunter already, so we'll see whether or not that turns out. I've increased my mastery of the lore of the knife, which we call by its aspect edge. So this is the alignments of murder. These are the arts that ensure an enduring. So technically, unless I wind up losing the lore for some reason, and there are ways I can do that. There are actually sensible ways I can do that, because if I have, let's say, the operation of the Labite, then I can just sacrifice that knowledge, or Chiliarch's lesson. Any one of these I can sort of sacrifice the edge in order to perform some kind of a summoning or something like that. I probably won't, but you know, it's an option that's available to me. So I said I didn't need to worry about unresolved ambiguities anymore, because they would just get me back to the Tomb Kings. The Tombs of the Shadow Kings. So in this case, we'll double up the unresolved ambiguity to give me a new Vagabonds map. I might want to double up the Vagabonds maps to get me something cool as well. Okay, the Sister in Witch should see us safe through the dry places. Let's see if the hint comes up. Okay, yep, the hinter do not indulge themselves with showy entrances. A living gaze may shatter them. I know it's here, and that's enough for now. So we're going to preserve the timer on it, but I do need to make sure that I throw some money into that as quickly as I can. Speaking of money, I think it's high time that I start doing some painting. Okay, so this is just trying to keep us afloat. What I'm probably going to wind up doing, I don't know if I want to try exploring with the Vagabond map anymore, or if I think I might actually try going for one of the more exotic locations. Alright, Connie failed to murder a hunter, which gives me more notoriety. He's going to pick that up right away and potentially turn it into evidence, but if that happens, I just summon a Caligine to fix the problem. And of course, we're sick again because I've just got Forlorn Blood and these guys keep hatching schemes. Alright, nothing really to be done as far as Dream is concerned for the next little while. I'll be a little late on recovering, but in this case I think we'll go through the Peacock door again. Logistical difficulties. Supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, we'll have to abandon the expedition. Now, the thing that worries me is that I may not be able to... Holy smokes. We actually lost a second time, even though we've got 30 Grail. Okay, yeah, so the thing that worries me a little bit about this one is that... okay, actually, let me think about this. So we've definitely got enough Grail for the Dry Soul Curse. We should have enough Grail for Desolation. But I don't have max Forge or Knock. In fact, I don't think I have any Forge or Knock. And I might be spending all the time throwing money at the problem. Neville will save us. Okay, latest paintings reviewed well. This is probably more helpful just for the Mystique, but it won't help me this time around. Actually, come to think of it, Mystique isn't quite as useful as I might have once found it, seeing as I've already got the crowd together for the vitulation. Mind you, they're probably getting a little ornery, seeing as they've been gathering for the feast, but it's not been forthcoming. Let's do a painting of... I guess I can't do a painting of Dr. Adim. Let's do another painting of Rhaenyra. I don't think I'm going to add any more Grail to this expedition. Okay, so they want erudition. I don't have erudition. This might just fall apart, but we'll see where it goes. An adequate snare. My followers prepared a stratagem which, with considerable luck, might defeat a rival's plans. Well, considerable luck doesn't sound like the most reassuring of the options, but I suppose I have to live with it. And really not a lot. I mean, there are things that I can do with talk. There's just nothing that I really want to do personally with that. So, okay. I'm just gonna throw some more funds at it because right now I don't need more Grail, and I would prefer to have fewer followers on the mission if, you know, in case things really go wrong. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to double up the Vagabonds map. This will get me sort of a top level secret histories, and I mean, I have no idea where I'm going to get the final ingredient for the 7 graces, but it can't hurt to, you know, to go to the top tier areas. So considerable luck is not something you even had. Well, I mean, if you consider bad luck in the set of luck, then I've actually had considerable luck. It's considerable good luck is the really elusive part. But I have a feeling that I'm just sort of quibbling over the definitions at this point. Okay. In the absence of any other fancy things to summon, let's say I'm going to throw more notoriety and mystique at my painting problems, and I'll do a painting about contentment. I can't get away with this forever. I am at some point going to need to summon something. Has my adversary been practicing a musical instrument instead of pursuing the investigation, flinging darts at a corkboard, or just taking very long naps? Reports are inconsistent, but so is their behavior. They've made no progress. I have not read that one before. That's great. Okay, so once we go through the Mansus... I hate that I'm going to do this to myself, but I'm taking this Splendor and I'm making a fancy painting because that is the kind of man I am. Considerable luck with a coffee-based bad omen might be more pertinent, perhaps. This is probably the most wasteful decision I've ever made in the game, but at this point I am just getting the Splendor so that I can paint it. That is quite literally the only reason I did that. But once you do one painting, you want them all, so... I don't think I have vitality to recover, so we spend my hard-earned cash on medicine. This will probably get me like a mountain of fascination for making it as well, but yeah. You can't make an egg without breaking a few omelets. I am really curious how this turns out. Oh wait, the sun in splendor. The sun is setting. We look back across the desolation we crossed, and all the colors it assumes in the evening light. Night falls, stars prickle, the wind presses cold against our faces. Onwards. Yay! Okay, let's throw some more money at our problems. Fleeting reminiscence to deal with fascination. Contentment, which was the source. Okay, more contentment than I know what to do with. And yes, we will do our magic painting. So this one, we're going to throw all of our passion into it. What will likely happen is we'll probably get some fascination out of that. But we will use Splendor as our inspiration. We will also use Refulgin, or is Refulgin? Refulgin, I think. We'll use that as the paint, and we should get a fancy lantern painting, but if we get fascination, I'll have the fleeting reminiscence to heal it. Okay, but question is, do I want to go to the peacock door again? Let's live dangerously. Okay, a warded door. This door is held fast for a long time. Unless we bring Forge or Knock, it will hold against us too. That is a damn shame, because I don't have any of that. Neville, save us, please. We call upon the Horned Axe, who permits passage when passage is to be permitted. We are skilled in uncovering warded ways. We'll probably penetrate this warded door. And we need a Silver Spentrea for Velsine. I do need to start thinking about doing some more commissions so that I can get those, but of course we're now past, we used to be over 100 and we're now at 57, so I do need to think a little bit about how I'm going to balance my my prices, or my needs. Okay, obviously we'll use more exotic pigments because I'd really like to make a fancy painting. Utter focus. All that I am is here. The death of a door. All doors must open, as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. So I think we've actually got enough for the rest of the expedition, but we'll see. Watchman's Glass has been dealt with. Let's have a chat with Dr. Adim about what kind of commission he wants. Season of Fascination is coming up. Or is it called Season of Fascination? Season of Visions. So if I do wind up with fascination as a result of this painting, all of a sudden I'm in a bit of trouble. Whoa! I did not realize that the Splendor stayed around. I've made something unique, something extraordinary, something that I will never dare exhibit publicly. This cannot ever see daylight. It will earn no funds. So we got a big stack of glimmering for that. This is the only reason to check Twitter on a browser. I think it's a skill that you acquire over time, but especially sorting and resorting cards. And yeah, yeah. I mean, this is the funny thing. My apartment isn't necessarily the neatest thing at most times. When I'm at work, everyone comments on how neat my workspace is. Oh my god! What am I gonna do with all this? Okay. I'll turn this into a hint. I'm going to turn these into 2 hints. Ooh, yeah, this is gonna get exciting. But yeah, so everybody comments on how neat my workspace is, and I'm kind of in Mojo Storm's boat, which is just after playing the game so much, like part of the experience to me is getting a little neurotic about where I put my stuff. You know, I'm probably going to repair this Noonstone just so I can, like, stack the Noonstones. As it is, let's just move everybody over one. I've been meaning to do this for a while anyway, just because we've had a few losses in the cult. So, and I'm gonna put the paintings to position 1, at least for the ones that have a painting. So I need a Knock painting. Do I really not have a heart painting yet? Shame on me. Yeah, so I need a moth, a heart, and a Knock painting. And not even because it's not even a need in the sense that I need it to win. This is quite literally a need just because I really want it. Boy, while I'm at it. Yes, because these are an instrument, then the writhing call and the pigment. No, winged doll should be more, yeah. This is exactly the way I want it. I don't know why I thought the bone flute was a lot higher. Probably because once upon a time it was high for me. And then this'll, I'm gonna put this down one tier because likely I'm gonna start putting these. All right, now this is the way I want it. I've achieved serenity. So let's think about summoning a hint first because this is gonna go away before too long. We'll throw some edge and an Enid. So the reason I do this is that the Splendor can decay for a little while and I'll still be able to summon a hint out of it. Creeping color, my passions are poisoned, each pang of emotion brings an answering pang of savage gray. And Dr. Redeem would like a commission on Lantern. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's anything that I need to do right now. I think I am going to put funding... I definitely have enough lanterns, so I'm going to put a precautionary funds in, just because I know I'll get it back if I'm wrong on that. At some point I should probably consider building another snare, but is there another use that I have for the... Oh my god, yes, I am actually going to do this. I'm going to repair the Noonstone, even though I really need the Spintrea for something serious. Okay, well, I definitely know what I'm not going for. The question is, do I go for the War Museum or the Red Church? I see KY2 candle. Uh-oh. I was hopeful it was getting bugged. I dreamt last night of the Worm Museum. The hours have set wards about it and warnings before it, but they have left it open to mortal adepts who can prove themselves by reaching it. Perhaps they hope to inspire revulsion against the things that bred in the corpse of the sun, those things that are here still, always dying, never dead. They came from nowhere, the warnings say, and if they complete their work, the Mansus will be nowhere one day. I'm here. I'm good. Okay. By the way, CK2 Kendall, I'm always very happy when I see people use that emote. I know Eyes of Sin was here earlier. I don't know if she's still like around, but she was the one to make that. And I know you've heard me say that, but she did a great job on that, especially well, I mean, everything really was kind of her original ones, but I don't get to see the Machiavelli one used that often, so that's actually really I don't know. It's a fun one. By the way, there is going to be another emote that comes at some point, so okay. I at least have dreams open, so let's get rid of this dread. Very nice, Tall Man Alive. So yeah, I think we'll take our We'll try our luck with the Season of Ambitions. Connie, a long in the making. Yikes. We call upon the Colonel who cannot be denied. The Colonel is a fierce hour, but a power which knows light, and he has survived worse. His power will almost certainly protect us. Okay, we need erudition, which I don't have, but it's likely that we'll either get another chance. Holy God! They really don't want me getting my blood. Okay, Rebellious Spirit. Do I want to go toe-to-toe with a hint? In this case, no. I'm going to use Reason to get rid of it. That's because I'm going to be able to summon another one anyway. And then on top of that, I'm running out of followers. Okay, well, I don't mind giving up funds for the Noonstone, so... Okay, that's Fascination. That's actually not terrible, because I'm going to be able to combine that with the Dread to get rid of it, and I have some Fleeting Reminiscence if it really comes down to it. Okay. I've increased knowledge of the secret histories behind the one that we know. So, Port Noon anecdote. Port Noon is where the long go to enjoy the sea and the sun, to drink from the spring that makes them forgotten, and to stay out of trouble. Mostly out of trouble. The stories you hear in the Horteln Ciervo are golden dewed, quintuple distilled toasts, to memory served straight up. Exploring with the scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Evening Isles, where Port Noon is located across the great ocean. So I'd love to go explore that right away, but we kind of need to get our house in order for some of these other things. What do I want to do with my study now? I feel, by the way, like they made... So I feel like I've just been getting more lore on, like, the you didn't actually have all the things you needed, but we're giving it to you anyway mercy roll. I feel like that was increased. Which is fair enough, because I will admit it is sometimes kind of tedious trying to get all the pieces that you need together. But in this case, it feels like it's a little too merciful. Okay, again, there's no game reason for this. This is purely my neuroses. Wait a minute. Oh, I just relocated it. Okay. There's two things I'm thinking. For Winter or Heart... Actually, no, it's just Heart. So for Heart, I can go from the Waking Chant to the Geminate Invocation to the Formulae Vigilant to whatever the next level is for Heart there. I can do a similar thing with Forge, only it's a longer journey, so, you know, I don't necessarily want to do that. The funny thing about Moth is I can actually get the next level of Moth, but on top of that, I can probably... So this I can turn into 2 of the Moldy Warp Admonitions. Hang on, but I could only make 1 of those, which means I wouldn't have enough. Okay, nope, the highest I can go is still 1 more of the Moth. Fair enough. And then, I mean, the other thing too is I can always subvert the different types of lore, but let's not go crazy. Yeah, we'll scoop up the lore of the wood if we can. We're gonna get some new books hopefully anyway, so it's gone, we are safe. Okay, so before I get too preoccupied, let's just get rid of this last lantern. Similar story, Enid and Edge. I mean, I'm not crazy about the fact that Douglas is doing that. Oh, crap. Okay. I need to make another snare. Toot sweet. Oh, I can't. Well, that's a disappointment. So I can't actually make another snare because this snare is going to decay in the time that it takes him to explore, and I don't believe I can put this inside inside a box. It's not a huge loss, but it's a little bit of a pain. Okay, so I'm gonna get a bunch of goodies coming out of this. Let's have a chat about fixing a mirror. But yes, I mean, you're the creative one. You're the one who makes things look beautiful. Although, by the way, guys, the Eyes of Sin is thinking of streaming again, and she has a copy of Cultist Simulator, so don't bully her into doing it, but if you can lightly encourage her and say, we'd really like to see her play this game, well, that's a shame. Hopefully the Dread gobbles up. I actually don't know if the Dread automatically goes, automatically populate. No, it would have to. Yeah, maybe if we could gently remind her that we like watching her casts and that she'd make a really good Cultist Simulator streamer. It would give you more content to watch. Well, except for Sin, but you could watch your VOD afterwards, and then I would give you your. All right, I'm not doing a good job of convincing you of doing this. I would like to see you play this game. You'd organize it in Hue order. This is close to Hue order. Obviously, the heart isn't where it needs to be, but I think that was more because that was how the game wound up delivering it to me rather than intention. Okay, we've healed up. I'm spending a fortune in medical bills. So, spare money, notoriety. Sorry, I should actually be reading the Lagun's End. In the central chamber, Lagun, the once immortal Long, lies peacefully naked on the sandalwood bier. He is perfectly preserved, a slender, dark-skinned man in excellent physical health. But at our approach, he crumbles into blackened flakes like fallen leaves. Objects glint from the remains. So, Neville, thank you for helping us out. We've got hint number 2. I'm going to put that in front, and Azim goes at the very beginning. Saliba, thank you for your service. I have 3 hints. That was poorly considered on my part. Dying raw profit. I should get rid. Okay, I'm gonna not unpause for a while. Let's unpack. Let's unpack my goodies first. We find a pocket watch, a book, and a quantity of Algerian currency, all from our own era. He must have come and gone many times from this place before he resigned himself to his final rest. On the back of the watch, we see engraved the closed eye of the Long Society called the Obliviates. I don't think this takes place in Canada. Okay, we've got Azoth. Store this only in containers of pure element and never permit it to grow warm. Perhaps it isn't the final solvent that alchemists sought, but it will do for our purposes. Nice little 12 knock there. The Atlas of Dreams, the shape of the world changes in each past, but the shape of the Mansis is reflected in all of them. One cannot map the Mansis, but one can make an attempt to map its reflections. We've got the Holiest Hemolymph, faint traces of an enigmatic substance spilt in the commission of an ancient crime, tightly sealed in a glass ampule. Who will remember the barber's son? The Voyages of Furnishon of Oriol, the impossible travels of a sea captain of the late Phoenician era, suppressed throughout recorded history. Those who read it are said to disappear. And Alcapurine Shears. In the north, there is a city of great wealth where dwelt a protector of the world. One day he fell silent. These shears were used to take from him first his hair, and then his fingers, and then what remained. 12 moth. Okay, so I didn't get the true blood. Notoriety's coming up. My snare's dead. Wrong right. You know, I really want to do the Beast Division just because I can. Oh, but I don't have an influence, so I suck. Okay, that'll do. Broad spin tray to fix the mirror, and I think I'm going to do the Port Noon anecdote right away because I want to throw these bodies into the expedition right away. I should at least get a Zeme and a hint inside, and we'll wait for my sickness. I don't really have any other options. I mean, I can dream, but at this point I think getting rid of the sickness as soon as I can is the best option. Okay, so Fascination's taken care of itself. That's good news there. Coming up next, Season of Dread, but we won't have any dread to worry about. So I think I should be safe as far as the expedition is concerned. So my guess here is I'll have a Zeme, a hint, and probably a Maid in the Mirror to take with me on the expedition. But that may not necessarily work out. Why is hair so tied up with moth? You've never been able to intuit a connection between it and the rest of the associated elements like stealth and jade. Yeah, I have not personally quite figured that out myself. But it's fair to say with most of these aspects, I tend to appreciate it more on I see this reference continuing to come up a lot as opposed to as opposed to any deeper understanding of it. I'm sure there's probably some reasoning that I've not gotten if there's anything that I can rely on, it's the people who make this game have some amazingly precise knowledge of very unusual topics. But I don't personally know of any, I don't know where the hair connection comes in. I'm assuming there's going to be some Samson reference at some point, but maybe that's just because I only paid attention in Sunday school, and that's all I know. Okay, I'm just trying to think if there's anything I can do with talk. Not until I get a new location. And I'm going to gobble up that location right away. These things are going to decay into fascination, actually. This is going to be a problem. My rival has ransacked this place, and they advance their cause. I'm going to risk it. Look west to the evening isles where the long still walk. Fort Garrick. 300 years ago, a rapacious empire claimed an island ripe with tourmalines. Neither the empire nor the island are mentioned in any reputable history, but the governor's fortress remains. Perhaps his treasures remain. For that matter, perhaps he does too. So we're going to jump into this right away. We'll send Azim and one of the hints, and with any luck we'll have a Maid in the Mirror to add to the expedition. Crumbling sandstone fortress broods over an empty bay. At night the dead walk. By day they lie in wait. In a sealed vault, the old governor's hoard awaits its plunderer. So we'll see how this turns out. I'm not too optimistic, to be completely honest, but we'll see. Now seems like a good opportunity. We'll see if the Season of Ambition turns out. In this case, I'm going to go for the expensive mirror just because we have it. And once the study finishes, I'll start reading the Atlas of Dreams and the other book, Voyages of Furnishim of Oriel. Okay, I actually have evidence to deal with now. This is unexpected. I am certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. Okay. I don't need to worry about this right away, but at some point I need to get some Forge and Winter together to deal with that problem. Oh no, Neville! I'm sorry! Your escaped summoning haunts the district, seeking mortals to devour. The higher the devourer aspect, the more likely it is to harm a mortal. In the meantime, most of these islands are well known to the histories, but our destination lies in wild, uncharted reaches. We'll need heart or forge to survive. Then we have the Fretful Dead. They want edge or winter. And then forge or knock will defeat it. Forge is my best bet, but even then, I'm not that strong in forge right now. Douglas long in the making. Douglas has found his fire. Okay. We'll see what influence I get in dreams before I do anything wacky with work. So in the meantime, I'm going to paint what I can. I might as well put some passion into it. This is mostly just to get some money. This is also going to decay into fascination, unfortunately. I'm sorry, everyone. It's claimed a victim. The first rays of the day's sun will fall upon the open eyes of a corpse. There is often a price for an unwise summoning, but it is not always a summoner who pays it. Sailor strength, we are practical souls. Strong in forge will probably be fine. We can probably turn that to it. Nope, I can't turn that into a certainty. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, another round without blood. Who needs that anyway? Ooh. I might as well take advantage of one of the hints. Yeah, I gotta see this take its course. I will lock in the unresolved ambiguity. I actually can use... Oh no, I can't use that. I'm actually interested in Vagabond's maps and higher now. Oh well. Sick, but I'm not that sick, so we will use the Wildering Mirror. I think I'm probably going to spend some time through the Stag Door just to get the influence. So I think I might get lucky here where the hint's going to decay into something that turns into fascination, the chilly atmosphere is going to decay into something that becomes dread. And I'll be able to cancel, so they'll cancel each other out. But I am going to need some winter or some meaningful winter or some meaningful forge before too long. Okay, business in the shadows. Old and happy far off things. That'll just turn into a painting, so no worries there. Let's paint again, because at least now I have something that I can fill up. Again, this is mostly about making money. Right, the Thigh-born Thorax Suite. Vine-grown Moth King hatched in the thigh of the Thunder King who's dead. Drink up his belly lymph. These are the sights you'll see. Okay, that frees up the study, so we'll do the Atlas of Dreams. What? Interesting. Okay, I can only use that in Dream. So this is Aspect Secret Histories. Tool. Interesting. The voyages of Furnisham of Oriel, the impossible travels of sea captain of the late Phoenician era, suppressed throughout recorded history. Those who read it are said to disappear. Well, I need to disappear. I do need to translate it first, though, so let's get that out of the way. Okay, contentment will turn into... Sorry, the romance will turn into contentment, which is something I can use to nullify the dread, so I'm not worried about that. Let's do the Red Church. Well, that's a shame. Although, this would theoretically get me another Azim. Raw Prophet, I guess? I'm sorry, Sin. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voices of the Grail's names, the Thirstleys, the Ivories, and the Lovelies, and the rest. Not all the Impausi are women, they might be heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men, but a mother is never far from her child at its birth, and that is not always true of a father. Come closer, and we'll show you what we mean. So, apparently I decided just to ignore the... Oh, that's right, because Valsine's on the job. Well, the practical disciple can still repair stuff, so that's one mirror. I'll be able to turn this into something, but let's start by curing my sickness. It's fun to take a look at the Atlas of Dreams, but let's get our priorities in order. I'm not going to have any other summons to come along, so we'll definitely be able to take care of the dead. And we need Forge or Knock, but I don't really have any more Forge to bring to bear. So maybe money? Yeah, we have 2 obstacles to get by and only 1 funding, so. But yeah, this is going to be a bumpy ride through the end. Of course, the big thing is all this changes the second that we find, as soon as we find the true blood, like, we're golden. So I'm not, I'm not really panicking that much. The dead are pale as inverse shadows. Oh, that's a really good line. They move like cobwebs in a breeze. Almost certainly they can't stand before us. We'll send them mumbling back to the shadows of the wood. Okay. So these will cancel each other out. Fleeting reminiscence will decay, but that's life. And I'm going to turn the restlessness into money. Obviously, I've been ignoring the tentative evidence, which is not great, but you know, it's just the priority of fires that I'm putting out at this point, so. Okay, my rival has acquired more lore, more treasures, more connections, and in turn they have become something more. Prepare to text for study. Okay, I think I'm ready to read this. There's not too many things that can come after me. Furnishin clearly visited the Mansus, sailing the length of the Painted River. He also claims to have traversed the sea of finest sand, to have dared the blazing waves of the sun's surface, and to have descended to an underworld ocean lit by lamps of black nephrite. When the dead return to us, they use what matter they can if their bodies are gone. Dust, rust, cobwebs, scraps, and tatters. Now that we have broken them, these tatters are all that remain. Okay, so contentment, still sick, regaining health. I first need to get rid of the fascination. And then once I get rid of that, I'll probably have to heal, and then afterwards I'm going to go through the stag door, just to avoid spending too much of my Spintrea. Whoops! Let's pay for the painting. Okay, modest fame. Obviously, the performing artistic tasks is the clear representation that if you make a video game, particularly an artistic video game, you make a lot of money doing that, and it's like your best option compared to working at a normal job, because a normal job takes a lot of your time. You can knock out a hit video game in a really short period of time, and like people just dump money on top of you, and that's the lesson of Cultist Simulator. Worked for Weather Factory, right? Please do not take that as advice. Okay, let's say Enid, the last of the knock. Forge would be Azim. I can't and do not want to do that. Moth will help me with the evidence, though. It won't be as good as a Callagine, but it's what I've got, so... Watchman's Glass is back. We'll move immediately to the other mirror. Course of the Heart's helpful, except that I'm not actually sick. Hobson will almost certainly gobble up the notoriety, so shame there, but not much I can do about it. Fernisham's final voyage is to retirement on a peaceful island across an evening sea, where he identifies a spring whose waters will keep him safe. I will be forgotten, he declares, and this work my only trace. This is nice to get a Port Noon anecdote. Obviously, I want to be careful in terms of how I generate these because they are unique. But essentially, the idea is that at the end of an expedition at Port Noon, I'm going to explore the next one and move through and so on and so forth. So, our tools are ready. We should be able to penetrate this warded door. Yep, we should. I hope we do. I'm in big trouble if we don't. Okay, study. What else do I want to do with my study? Not a lot. You know what? If we're this close to the end of the expedition, I think I'm just gonna. I'll let things carry on their natural way. Oof! That's bad. I actually think I can't get rid of this evidence now. We'll see how it turns out, but I suspect in this case this is going to get locked into damning evidence no matter what. Of course. I really need this. It couldn't happen a third time in a row, could it? Yeah, we're running out of bronze spin tray again, so I'm either going to need to do some treasure slide before. Okay, good news there. My affliction can be dealt with the vitality. I have had no luck with this. Is supposed to be a rare event that happens. At least nobody died. Okay, subtle rupture I can work with. In this case, I'm going to bring in a Callagine. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere with their solicitor, with their superior, even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. Well, you know what? That could have been a whole lot worse. In this case, we're going to go straight to the subtle rupture. We'll use a combination of winter and forge for my Callagine. I'm sorry I'm not reading the text for this, but I'm probably going to have to go to bed without making any meaningful progress towards our goal. Okay, for talking... First up, Dream for the vitality. Let's get that health back. Study, I don't have anything to do yet. Talk, I would use to get rid of the evidence. But as far as Moth goes, well, I mean, we do have Orders Sylvia and Yzabet. But 5 is not the most exciting number to be using. Because the thing is, if these guys fail, I lose them forever. So what else do I want to do with Talk? Can't make a trap yet. I'll let it go by. But we will see what the treasures are. If the treasures turn out to be something juicy. The governor's last move. The vault of Fort Garrick, a mosaic, has been laid out as a game board of stupendous size and complexity. A map of the Evening Isles. The sea tiles are lapis. The islands are nephrite and obsidian. There are toy ships and tin soldiers. The Isle of St. Thomas is sieged. Raven Isle is crowded with black chess queens. Alright. The events of that night will live long in your memory, and for days the newspapers question residents and the residents of the district. Alright, more notoriety. Oh, I guess I completely lost the reason there. They turned the reason into dread, it looks like. But we got fascination, so these things cancel each other out. Among the game pieces, items of true power have been used as temporary markers. Was this an attempt to hide them, or did the governor know nothing of their real worth? So, one hint, more notoriety. Velcine's back, new hints back, Azim's back. Oh, this is what we were looking for, the true blood of Saint Januarius. Januarius. Yep. The Thunderskin protected the one they call Januarius against perils from every past. To this day, his blood keeps dancing. A carcass spark, a remnant of a greater radiance, glowing softly as decay, just possibly a mote of the divided sun. The time of division in which Amira Zara prophesies the events later known as the Intercalate, in which the hour called the Sun in Splendor will be divided. And my deeds, my powers, my achievements. My deeds, my power, my achievements, and the injustices perpetrated against me. This is my autobiography? Okay. So I need to keep Azim around as long as I can. I think we explore the Port Noon anecdote as quickly as we can, and we try and do another expedition. In the meantime, I can try translating the new books. And then I can try and have a conversation with some of these things to preserve them, but honestly, I think it's a lost cause. Oh, god damn it. Okay, that's fine. The dread will deal with it. That frees up the dream. That's not terrible news, actually. Let's have a chat with the hint just to preserve it. Actually, I still won't be able to preserve it, but okay, that's going to turn into vitality, so good news there. I do have my Callagine now. See, I should have been smarter. If I'd been patient, I would have used the Callagine on the talk and gotten rid of the evidence, so then it would have been available for our expedition. But I'm not smart, so that's that. I could try and resummon the hint, but I do actually want to prepare the 7 graces, so the scents and savors must be precisely as the recipe dictates. Only so can I and my colleagues be sufficiently appetizing enough to arouse a pitch of appetite not seen in the waking world. So, we bring in the amaranthine nectar, the blood of St. Januarius, and Lethe. Presumably the order does not matter, but if we die Yet shall we live on in those who slew us. By the way, what might be very funny is if... So we may not actually need all 3, in which case I'm going to feel like a complete tool. That'll be fun though. I mean, we'll have gotten some extra gameplay just by virtue of the fact that I wasn't thinking carefully. Okay, there's the vitality for when I lose my health. I don't want to get too careless just because I'm close to what I think is the end. Okay, so this is the Tentro of the Deep Door. A monastery hangs grimly to a cliff edge. It should have fallen into the sea by now, but we have read the monks drowned victims in a deep pool beneath to win the sister and witch's protection from the sea. One more year. Okay, so we're going to explore that right away because we only have Azim for a few more seconds. I'm going to bring the hint along. The monks of Tentretto will not be inclined to allow us to pass. They will hide their treasures well, and if we manage to seize them, no doubt they will pursue us with curses. So this sounds like kind of an edged lantern batch of problems, but we'll find out in a moment. Okay, so this book's ready to go. Just because I'm in a season of fascination, or not a season of fascination, because I am particularly susceptible to the season of visions. I'm particularly susceptible to fascination at the moment. I am going to refrain from reading the book, but I will translate. Oh no. This won't help me. The sun will be divided that it might not sire children. Still its children shall be 4 in number, and its children shall be 7 in number, and its children shall also be numberless. The numberless shall open the way for the 7, and the 7 shall consume the 4. So I did this a little too late. Oh, no I didn't. So that dreads... Okay. I probably wouldn't have done that if the dread... I was kind of hoping for a quick second where I'd be able to use the dread against the... Okay, this is almost certainly going to go away. But I can have a chat with the Callagine about the evidence. I'm going to get rid of this evidence... Try to get rid of this evidence first because it lasts longer. This should decay to... Ouch. The Spices and Savories department of the eccentric firm TRN Limited caters to endeavors such as ours. They have supplied these tempting adornments with which we shall bedizen and prepare ourselves, once they have been correctly prepared in a sealed and darkened kitchen. Ah, okay, fair enough. So, it seems like we just keep adding more and more. Fair enough. Janus is the god that rose not, but reigns. Janus is the saint that died, but is not, died not, but is dead. Janus is the door between what cannot be and what must be. So I need to make sure that these don't get used when these are around. Yeah, okay. I'll live with this guy decaying. Again, the longer tentative evidence is the one I'm getting rid of first for obvious reasons. Okay, what have we got here? Lantern or knock. Contemplators blessed or condemned to service here. They're bound by their curious vows. We can murder them or deceive them, but they will not be seduced, so Azim's not helpful there. And heart or winter. So winter is the thing. Heart and winter is going to be the big problem here. But it's the curse, so it's not going to be the end of the world if I can't deal with that. So I think what I'm going to do to start off with, we'll add Slee to help with the door. What I might even wind up doing is adding one funds, then maybe one of the Heart Disciples, because if I had 2 of them, that should help with the curse. But we'll see. Okay, so this is Lantern 2. This is just going to turn into Fascination. I think it'll turn into Fascination anyway. Oh, of course it generates both. Why wouldn't it? Okay, well, painting should hopefully deal with this. I swear, I'm gonna die to stuff that's, like, basic for the game. Amira prophesizes 4 great wars before the second dawn, when the sun in splendor shall rise again. She cautions, sunrise is blood, and I foretell now that the sun shall rise from blood, yet not the color of blood, nor the hour of night. She includes a rite that she speculates will be necessary for the second dawn. So we've got the rite intercalate. This rite recapitulates the sun's abominable fate. It is used in extreme times by foolish adepts. Sounds like my kind of rite. I gotta move this all over now. And illuminate mysteries. The Menascate, the Madrigard, the Flower Maker, and the Forge of Days are the gods from light. There is a 5th, but now we know it is not the Watchman. Yet the Watchman shares a secret doctrine with those 5. And here is that doctrine. Uses a rite with a subtle rupture and a paradoxical curio, and someone will come. Speak it to a hunter, and it might drive them insane on the spot, or make them a rival. Okay, Course of the Heart. I'm going to leave this to the right just because it is kind of a good thing. Okay, turns out that we were fighting the monks. I'm going to throw the money in just in case we lose against the monks, and then we'll worry about the heart. Study-wise, do I really want to try my luck against my deeds, my powers, my achievements? Got a Season of Suspicion coming up. Well, Season of Suspicion's not going to hurt me, though. Okay, no, this makes more sense. So, we could probably get rid of these really quick. If I generate dread, that's going to be a problem. But I get to translate it first. Okay, so I need to get some contentment out of something. Probably buying opium, but I am getting short on money. Okay. So maybe I did need all 3. The scents and savors must be precisely as the recipe dictates. Only so can I and my colleagues be sufficiently appetizing. Appetizing enough to yeah. So Lethe is the only one. Now, I mean, this is the catch here. I'm assuming this is one of each, but it doesn't... The recipe... I don't think it is said specifically what the recipe is. Oh, bloody hell. The light shall give life, the delight shall take life, the delight shall not be sated. We must purchase the secret savors and infuse them with the hour's gift. Assemble the host. At the most auspicious time, raise the restless cry of the unceasing... Okay. So there might be a hint inside of that, but if there is, it's a little deep for me at this hour, so... The monks silence, their bodies lie in robed huddles, each indistinguishable from the next. Step over and move on. Okay, so vitality. Yeah, so we knew that was going to happen. With any luck, we'll get some form of contentment to nullify that. Okay, so contentment's priority number 1. I am going to have to worry about notoriety, but the evidence, as long as it's going away, should be dealt with in time. And for the expedition, lantern's taken care of, but we need heart, so we'll add Leo. Okay, this was as expected, but in 12 seconds we'll be tampering with the evidence. Assuming that, of course, he, like, makes that evidence. Got composure. Okay, season of ambition's coming up, but God knows what that means. You know what? I think I'm going to risk it because I always have the option of buying opium if I get too much, dread. You like watching the stream to pretend you're smart? You're smart, Dodge Viper GT. Good to see you again, by the way. Sorry, I just needed to grab some water. Okay. Hokebald boasts of his royal descent and insists that the magics of the Forge are more effective when practiced by those of noble blood. Yeah, so I think if in the worst case scenario, if this spins off some dread, I'll just use the hoo-ha. I'll just use the opium to fix it. Alright, the 7 graces and the 3 sabers, the salt, the sweet, and the sweetest. He who are choicest of the host shall so anoint themselves. The 7 graces are prepared. The 7 graces and the 3 sabers, the salt, the sweet, and the sweetest. Okay, so we'll start. Oh, okay. Well then. I wonder... I think I just caused the bug. Okay. So... this is kind of making sense to me in the sense that... okay, so if I allow for this train of thought, but I don't have Grail influence, and I don't have a desire, yeah, I didn't like it. This is the big problem, is that I have no idea if I'm on the right track with something like this. I suppose... is there anything that doesn't require it? I guess this doesn't. Sort of. Mad King Brutus. This is... Oh, yeah, you have an Apple Day. Get a notification. The stream started several hours ago, and here I'm still going. Yeah, I mean, we're so close to the end, but... Okay, now this is interesting. Oh, wait, no. That's not as interesting. So, say, vitulation recipe... Okay, so I need something with... If I allow for the possibility that this is a right, then there's lore, summoned, ingredient, Map's Edge won't do anything. Interesting. So it seems like the right intercalate is the only thing that actually allows me to bring all these components together. So, in a perfect world, we do something like this. I don't quite see promise, a commitment to a conclusion. Okay. So I'm not close. We're nearing irresponsibly late local time. We really are, by the way. Sorry, I've just been thinking my way through it, so... holy, and I thought my run of this game wasn't half bad. How you doing, Plagas XM? So just a quick warning to everybody. I may not be able to see this thing through to the end. I'm going to do my best, but I feel like I'm missing a major component, and I don't think I'm going to get any closer to it. Holy crap, is it 1 a.m.? I have to be up early tomorrow. Okay. So... I definitely feel that there's something about Roland that I need to turn into a commitment to end. No, I would not like a hint. Yeah, I'm totally not going up for 3 more hours. I have to work early tomorrow, and like I know people are coming in early for me tomorrow, so I really can't afford to. CK2 Kennedell says, I don't know what this game is. I was hoping that you were playing Stellaris tonight, but your voice is so soothing. So, if it makes you feel any better, so Stellaris is pretty much guaranteed on Mondays, but the other days, Wednesday is definitely a dedicated CK2 stream. This is actually a game that is in part. So Weather Factory has 2 founders, Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan. And they now have a 3rd member, Claire, their marketing sort of guru. Stellaris patch 1.4 was called the Kennedy patch, and it's so named because the designer, Alexis, wrote the the Horizon Signal as well. If you've not played it in Stellaris, it's very good. I highly recommend you follow it if you get the opportunity. But yeah, it does have a Stellaris connection, but a very tenuous one. Okay. At this note, yes, I mean, Mad King Brutos has been doing a very good job of. So, funny story, Mad King Brutos. The stream began. So the stream was already late. The stream started late. Okay, the stream actually started. Okay, the stream started late, but it started even later because I basically aced my coffee onto major electronics and books, and I could not have picked a worse spot to dump a full cup onto the desk. Now, I see that number keeps going up in terms of the number of people who are watching, and I'm really sorry, but I am actually going to call it here tonight. The main reason for that is I'm on a healing cycle now. There's nothing I can do about the evidence. Okay, actually, here's what I'll do. Let's see what happens when I tamper with the records, but if I do that, I should actually pick a work thing. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure there's nothing fancy that I can do with work. This is already prepared, so we're good here. I'm going to move these 7 graces down to the corner. I'm going to make an educated guess that there's nothing for me to do. I'm going to make it the guess right now that there's nothing more for me to do with these components, but that they will need to gather in some kind of a ritual at some point. And I have a feeling that I need to do something with Roland our Delight. I somehow need to combine these things in a way that gives me the... So this is the other big signal that I have, actually. Under Desire, it only lists these, but under Right Intercalate, Aspect Promise. So I need to figure out how to make that promise. And it may have something to do with this letter, but I don't know. But yeah, so what do I want to do with my work? I can try and get Spintrea by... Yeah, this is actually a dilemma for me. I don't know if I want to try and get the Spintrea or if I just want to try and get the money. Yeah, I think I'll get the Spintrea because I still have something of a reserve. How much does he need? Oh, come on. Okay, let's see if the evidence goes poof. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door. That's an invitation to Clovette. Do your thing. Okay, actually, here's what we're going to do. We'll see if the evidence dies. It does. Actually, with that in mind, we don't need Clovette right away, so I'm going to bring the Callagine in just to save the energy. Is there anything I can do fancy with talk right now? Not really, so I'll let this run by. I might as well see the expedition to the end. This, by the way, is how you get trapped in the game. You always say, oh, I'm just going to do this next thing. Next thing you know, it's very, very early in the morning. If you had $1 for every time System said he was shutting the stream down, then he kept going, you'd get all your money back for all the coffee that you've given me. You have been surprisingly... What the hell is going on? I don't think we've gotten a single... No, I think we did get 1 vial of blood during this, but this is cruel and unusual, the number of times that that these guys have triggered. Okay, so they're going to try and kill Hobson. Poxend complains of his condemnation by the Ordo Lemea. He acknowledges that he has undergone alterations after the consummation of that particular delight, but insists that these changes are both elegant and inevitable. Who is the fire and who is the fuel, he asks rhetorically. And we have got the Furnace Paean. This is the hymn that heat sings to the iron. If we imitate it faithfully enough, we will parch our lips and crisp our tongue. But oh, the rewards. Okay. I can go through the stag door. That would help me with some influence. Could also go through the peacock door. I think I am actually going to go through the stag door on this one, because it wouldn't hurt to have some more summons just in case something comes up. The Callagine won't be available till the end of the expedition. And as far as study is concerned, I can always try and upgrade some of my lore, but that's kind of busy work at this point. What else am I going to do, right? So, Faint lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We've found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. Of course we get more fascination. Why wouldn't we? Fortunately, we don't have a season of visions coming up, so. Okay, so at this point, I'm a little bit lucky in the fact that I've got a free talk verb, so I can just sort of cycle through writing manuscripts and turning them in. But I am at some point going to need, I am actually going to need a source of funds. I think this is the point that I'm supposed to put Clovet in. Scheme to murder a hunter is afoot. Well, he had it coming. Okay, Bronze Spintrea is welcome. Mystique less so, but we can at least use it for paint. One of the reasons why I'm not doing the painting is because I don't really have the notoriety that I used to. So in this particular case, I'm sort of using these moves to bring myself back up to renown. Okay, we're strong enough in heart to be almost entirely secure against this curse. Good news there. We've got the affliction. We knew that was coming. We've got another fascination. This is a little harder to deal with. The best way through it will be if I can find a way of gaining the contentment, which turns this into a fleeting reminiscence, which I then take out the fascination with. But the problem is that right now I'm using up my work slot with the creation of commissions. Once I finish these commissions, I'll hopefully have some mystique, which I then turn into a chance to earn funds through painting, and with any luck, I get a little bit of contentment out of that. That's a lot of ifs. Okay, Trembling Heat will allow me to get a Callagine. I don't need them as urgently as I used to. It could potentially also let me lose Azim. I won't be able to keep this long enough to get a new Azim, so let's just scratch that. Do I want another Callagine? I suppose the way to think about this is that it doesn't hurt. So unlike one of these winter summons, if I bring a forge one in, I don't really lose anything. If I bring a winter one in and it decays, then it becomes dread. Okay, Gates of Intuition have failed in this case. So we'll go straight into the edge work. And reason. Okay, so Madame Bichet gets her work. Hand in my homework, get paid. This thing actually won't last long enough. I think we can still turn it into a Callagine though. Okay, so lessons of experience. This is a little surprising because this is the first time that the attempt to upgrade didn't work. In this case, because we're past the curse shrivels, our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. I don't think it makes a lot of sense for me to hold, to tie up the study because it's possible that we'll get, another. Words. It's possible we'll get another book out of that. Obviously, it was a mistake for me to say that I should keep going with the expedition because I know it always takes me longer than I expect. But okay, we'll get our contentment off of this, which will cure the despair. Treasures lie before us. This will turn to a 4, I think. If it's a 2, I'm in trouble. Well, not in trouble, but doesn't do anything exciting. Okay, it's a 2. I can't really summon anything with that. So this is a sickness, but the course of the heart will nullify it. Do I want to go... Oh, I've already got a course of the heart. Okay. I don't think I'm going to go dream because... this thing is like I'm gonna have to cure it in a little while anyway. It turns out I won't need the fleeting reminiscence after all. Okay, and I mean I completed my commissions, but I obviously wasn't able to get what I needed. I'll turn it in so that I can get the Mystique, and then I'll paint pretty much immediately afterwards. And clearly, in this case, I've put my ambitions on completing this on hold just to make sure that I'm able to. I'd kind of like to get a little more stability before I start experimenting with some of these other things. So we'll definitely be finishing this up next stream. Okay, Hobson's mad about the attempt on his life, understandably so. The first tremors, here we are in a cave. Wait a minute, what am I doing? Collect. Now we can move ahead. So again, this is just an effort to make a little bit of money and to... Originally it was to gain some contentment, but... That's less of a priority right now. So I can use Fascination for inspiration. I can also use Vitality for inspiration. And probably pay for the sub itself instead of Twitch Prime. Yeah. You've been very good to me, Mad King Brutus, in terms of covering me both for coffee and for just generally being supportive of the stream. That is always appreciated. I seem to recall you actually got a Twitter account specifically because of this stream, so that is a level of fandom that I don't have for the channels I watch, so I really appreciate it. Okay, here we are in the cave of the deep sea pool beneath the monastery. Dark water shivers in the light of our lamps. As we approach, the level of the water suddenly drops. There are no tides in this sea. What's happening? We have profaned the cave. Already the hours withdraw their blessing. The water sinks away, leaving the pool empty. Offerings lie on its bed. We must snatch them up quickly. Already the first tremors have begun, the forerunners of a long-delayed earthquake that the monks held at bay for so long. Okay. More notoriety, which we'll be using for money. I've got the Callagine. Leo made it out. Slee made it out. The hint will probably decay, but we might be able to turn that into some other summon. Azim is going to be the higher priority, though. He may not survive long enough, but we'll see. And what did we get? So we got... Oh, yeah, I got to actually be a little more tidy on my desk. So, tentative evidence to the side there. Azim, hint, Callagine. Actually, Callagine. That's taken care of there. This is for Dream. Okay. Enam Capping in which 4 enigmatic figures tell stories that they've heard over the years at the Roost, the secret location where the Aviform hours congregate. So I'll put that one in the middle. Commandments for the preservation of all that exists. Black Ellie, Damascene, matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Knot, was imprisoned by the Emperor Didius Julianus. She reportedly instructed that these secret doctrines be recorded in writing to preserve against their loss. Regrettably, the story goes, Didius Julianus ordered that the work be entombed with her in an unmarked sepulchre. Scar in the Sky. Nin wrote this and came to regret it. And another Watchman's class. You know what? This was not worth the effort that we put in. I'm sorry, but... Alright. I suppose the most sensible path for me to take would be to explore this Vagabonds map right now. So I will lock that. What I'm doing right now is I'm prepping for the next stream. So I'm locking this in. In terms of study, I don't have anything else to do. So I'm assuming the way it goes, this is a Moth book, this is a Heart or a Grail book, and this is a Winter. So Moth I'll put as the lowest priority. So we will translate. And alright, everything is set up. What I probably should have done instead was see if the explore verb can be used with Roland R. Delight. But I will live through it. Okay, sorry. Mojo says, you haven't know, although you did just do a Lantern Ascension, so you should get a chance to now. Yes, so you should get the Lantern version of this Ascension. It sounds like you've already beaten at least one already. I mean, in terms of me, I've definitely gotten an Ascension before, but I've not gotten an Apostle Victory yet. Hopefully that will be happening next week. But anyways, guys, thank you very much for hanging out and bearing with me. It is a pleasure as always, but I am now very late, and I'm actually an hour and a half over, much like Monday. So I feel like that makes up for the lack of Daggerfall. Obviously, I was hoping that we could wrap this up, but there are a couple of elements of the Apostle Victory that still elude me. Yeah, this is part of the fun. I mean, this is, in my view, despite the fact that I obviously had to intervene with a couple of, like, the Dread or the Fascination victories, or victories, the Dread or Fascination endings, I can now say pretty firmly that a big appeal of the Apostle is that it's a chance for people who are very familiar with Cultist Simulator to find something new and have that experience of trying to figure out the game again. And I feel like a couple of things that make this really worthwhile is I sort of feel like Weather Factory can rely on a player base which is like, if you've gotten the victory, if you're ready for New Game Plus, they can make certain assumptions about the way you're going to play. They're actually ones that I got caught on because it wasn't obvious to me to begin with that I would dream with the Forlorn Blood. So I have a feeling I'm going to be stuck on this for a while. My guess is I need to make some kind of extra commitment to Roland to turn this in. It may actually involve some kind of destruction of the letter from Lady Tryphon. The only thing is I know somebody who apparently did not defeat a Long and they were able to win. But yeah, I don't know. It seems pretty clear to me now that I've been thinking about it. So the fact that this is listed only as lore, this is listed as summoned, this is listed as an ingredient. I mean, the job sort of makes sense in terms of preparing it, so there's nothing more to do there. So these strike me as inputs to to some kind of a ritual. And the only ritual that actually takes all of these elements is the right intercalate, which of course makes sense, right? Because it's a big explosive ending. So I don't know what Forlorn Blood turns into when I get it. And I mean, this is the big problem, right? Like, the Season of Ambitions has always been popping up, but these jokers have been taking it. But yeah, so I have a feeling maybe the Forlorn Blood or the Savorous Blood will be one of the inputs. I don't think the cult will be, but I definitely feel that there's something I need to do with the with the mentor, with Roland, to turn it into the desire. And then I'm assuming there's probably going to be something like get 15 Grail influence because we hate you, but I can live with that, I think. Anyways, something to think about. And it makes me feel kind of good that I don't know, I'm going to have some content for next week. But again, I went overtime. Thank you everybody for hanging out for the time that you did. It is a pleasure as always. And let's see if there's anybody I can host at this hour. You know what? So there's a couple reasons I'm going to do this. Melee Mage is somebody who gets to hang out every once in a while. Oh no, thank you for hanging out, Sean. I mean, I have to be, if I have a stream, I kind of have to be here, but you definitely did not need to be up until 1:30 in the morning watching this stuff. So I appreciate that immensely. I don't know, I will buy you some kind of a beverage next Dirty Rectangles or something. Thank you, all of you. I really do appreciate. It's nice to have regular faces that come by. It's really cool that you guys are still sticking with me, especially when I hit mental blocks like that, when I have rough starts. It is noticed and appreciated, even if I don't always communicate that at the time. I'm gonna do something a little unexpected here. So Melee Mage, and it's spelled in a funny way, so this is not a typo. He occasionally stops by. I knew him in Vancouver. He does still occasionally stream, and there's two reasons I actually want to show you this. Number one, it's because it's a chance for me to give a bit of support to somebody, who I've hung out with. But he's also playing Baba Is You, which is... I mean, the game is good fun on its own, but Eyes of Sin apparently knows the developer. So it's a chance for me to support two people who are a big part of the stream. So if you've not seen Baba Is You, it's definitely one that you want to try. This is quite a clever little idea. Somebody has told me that the puzzles eventually become galaxy brain nonsense, but can't have everything. But yeah, I'm definitely going to give you a chance to see Melee Mage. I do encourage you to hang out. He is definitely a smaller streamer, so it's always nice to, give a little bit of support there if you can. But obviously, if it is not your cup of tea, there's no obligation to stay around any later than that. But I definitely ask that you give, like I said, whenever we host somebody, it's nice to give them a chance to entertain you. And if it turns out that it isn't your thing, completely fine. But the opportunity is one that is always appreciated by every streamer that I know. But with that in mind, thank you very much for being a lovely audience. Have a wonderful evening. And we will see you Friday if you are inclined to watch whatever my free floater day is. I know CK wanted to watch Stellaris. That will definitely be coming on Monday. Sorry, CKY. That'll definitely be coming on Monday. I can't make you any promises that you will enjoy what's coming up on Friday. But do feel free to hang out with us. And if you want, if you want compensation of some kind, ask me to say something in a quiet voice close up to the microphone, and maybe these things will balance each other out. Anyways, have a lovely evening, everybody. I'm out of here. I need some sleep, and we'll see you in the future.